Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Item 2, item 1 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Good morning, honorable members. Well, today we have visitors again in the gallery whom I wanted to introduce before we proceed. First of all, we have the staff of the Parliament of Tanzania who are in Arusha for training. I wanted to recognize them by names. There is, I think it's Mr. Yufo Ukiota, who is the Director of Communication and International Relations. And that's the leader of the delegation. And the delegation comprises of Emma Buname, Tatu Kwayu, Rehema Mgweno, Emmanuel Urembo, Pius Mboya, Hawa Mbaya, Jenny Kajiru, Ludovic Ringia, Twaiba Jumbe, Maria Mdurugu, Saidi Mawenje, Michael Chikokoto, Sabina Matthew, Leison Mwanjisi, Bernard Ngomano, Spor Nsimbira, James Marugujo, Bira Kireo, Antherin Mrema, Aquiline Anton, Ramadhan Shaban, Mkwaya Azaria, Suleiman Kas. And we wish you a good stay in Arusha. Thank you for coming to grace our proceedings. We also have a group of other visitors who are from the Great Lakes Youth Network for Dialogue and Peace. They are attending a workshop, a refresher workshop in Arusha, and they are from Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and the DRC. I'll so quickly go through their names. From DRC, there is Rimba Nyakura Antoinette. There is Placide Mwisha, Brigitte Batapoa, Nicholas Mumbere, Mbeo Mastaki, Innocent, Fabian, Blaise, Benefic, Ulimwengu Biregea Bernarde. These are youth, some are youth trainers and the others are project officials. From Rwanda, there is Adrie Bizimana, Donatier Ndizeye. Adrie is a youth trainer and Ndizeye is a national coordinator. Magnifique Umuhoza, youth trainer. Jean-Claude Twahirwa, project manager. From Uganda, there is Gertrude Asibazuyo, youth trainer. Kwezi Tabaro, national coordinator. Alex Nghotanyi, youth trainer. Joshua Kago Mahande, youth trainer. And Lydia Biogero, national coordinator. From Tanzania, Damas Nderumaki, program officer. Jimmy Ruhende, national coordinator. Mwasiti Kazinja, youth trainer. Beatrice Kahoya, youth trainer. Esther Masawe, Finance Assistant, and Intui Ponsian, Expert Trainer. We also welcome you to Arusha and wish you a good stay. I also recognize the presence of the council member from the Republic of Uganda. Council members are always here, but we have always been with the Honorable Kadaga. So Honorable, you are most welcome. Yes, now honorable members, as I said, okay, we proceed.
We proceed item 2, statement by honorable members.
Procedure, speak.
Yes, Honorable Musamali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The procedure matter I'm raising, probably to be with your guidance. I've seen the orders of the day, the way they have been placed. But when you look through, I don't know with your guidance, Honorable Speaker, whether a statement by the chair of council will be in item 2, or we need to adjust this orders of the day such that it is able to be covered somewhere, Honorable Speaker. I beg your guidance.
So is your point that there should be a statement from the council?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Council members are members. So statements from members include a statement from council.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Namara.
Procedure. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Given that today is our last day of the 4th Assembly, and as you're aware that committees have been considering bills that were referred to them by this Assembly, I don't know whether it would not be procedurally proper for the chairperson of the committees to give the status of the bills as referred to their committees. Because, for example, there are some bills under my committee that we have scheduled for saving to the next assembly. Maybe I will need your guidance right now to speak on that.
Are you asking whether we needed to do a formal procedure to transfer them to the next assembly? Yes, a good idea. And I think that is what we did in the 3rd EALA. I think there was a motion to that effect or something of the sort. So what we can do, the office of the clerk will do the necessary preparation, and in the afternoon we can perform that procedure. We can interrupt business already on the order paper and do it. Yeah. Is it clear? Honorable Kakoza?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. With regard to what you've just commented on about the pending business, I thought that through your guidance, it could be that procedure right, you cannot determine the business of the coming parliament. I would think that before we dissolve this house, maybe the clerk could list the business which is pending so that the next parliament, EALA 5, could determine how it could deal with that work. Otherwise, EALA 4 cannot determine the business which is going to be dealt by EALA 5.
I think they will do what we did in the past, because as I indicated, there is an experience. There is I don't remember very well, but there is a way we handled and finished business from EALA 3. That's why you have been dealing with some of the bills that were done by EALA 3. So that same procedure will be applied, and I hope it is in order, unless the clerk himself or later in the day when we have the arrangement, we have to correct something. But certainly there is going to be a certain procedure we can put in place to do that without committing the next assembly, but making it possible for them to take up some of our business. We don't commit them, but we prepare for that option. Yes. So, Honorable Muhirwa.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable, for this opportunity. Actually, I was in year 3 and I saw how the matters were held. And for sure, we as year 4, as we're ending our term, procedurally, we don't have powers to transfer these bills to year 5. But since we have members who are for year 4, who will come for year 5, we may ask them to just, advocate that they serve and inherit the activities which were pending, which were not concluded by year 4. Otherwise, procedurally, we won't have any way to transfer this kind of activities. Thank you.
You see, honorable members, it is another form of handover. Yes, there is no one who leaves the premises without a handover. It's another form of handover. So whether we add some how do I call it, flavors of how we do parliamentary business through motions or whatever, but basically what we are doing is handing over. It's just informing them, we attempted to do this, but we couldn't finish. As simple as that. Then the option of whether it makes sense for them to deal with it or to drop it remains within their competence. But what we shall have done is just handover. Now the issue is, how do you hand over something that was already on the floor of the House? So that is the procedure we shall deal with in the afternoon. Isn't it? Yeah, in a simple language, that is what it means. Yeah, so honorable members, as I said yesterday, this is our last plenary, and we can't just disperse without saying goodbye to one another. And we needed to do it in our chamber, where we have transacted our business for the last 5 years. And this is possibly the only day when I will not be pushing you to be very fast, as I have always done. So we have the whole day, and I will let you take your time. In the afternoon, you can break and come back and continue. So the floor is yours.
Proceed item 2, statement by honorable members upon coming to the end of the tenure of the Fourth Assembly.
You have the floor. Honorable Guy Deng. Honorable Kakoza will follow.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words for the last time for year 4. First of all, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would really specifically like to appreciate and acknowledge your amazing role in overseeing the Fourth Assembly in the House and the Commission, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. As we all know, that was a very challenging time for the Assembly, but the innovation, Honorable Speaker, that you oversaw to ensure that procedures were in place, that we are able to carry out our mandate, even though physical meeting was not possible. That innovation, Honorable Speaker, I believe will be one of the shining legacies of your time with the Assembly. I wish to also congratulate all members for successfully ending our tour of duty. And of course, we served, I believe everybody had a passion and interest to see a better East Africa. All of our activities, our exchanges on the House, our disagreements, our agreements, all showed an interest, and it also showed unity in our diversity. Although we had different opinions, we had different outlook, but at the end of the day, I think the consensus, I can say, at least for me, that all of us were really interested in making sure that we have a better East Africa. I wish in particular to express my gratitude to the members of CTI committee who elected me during the first part of fourth EALA. Our work together for the Assembly was very critical, and I really appreciate the support of all of the members of the House in putting us to task debating all the activities that we presented, criticizing our reports objectively, and I really do appreciate, and we've learned quite a lot in that prospect. I also would like to give thanks to the technical staff and our clerk, at that time, Alfred and Bona Clark, Alfred, and also Peter, because the technical skills that they really provided for us, the support was invaluable. We couldn't have done it without them. So I think I would like to openly really appreciate, and I think on behalf of all of the members also give our thanks. Honorable Speaker, at this juncture also, I would really like to also thank the Council for having an open door policy. Critical issues that we had to bring in front of them. Sometimes the debates were very heated, but I think at the end of the day, the consensus was for the better East Africa, and I think we both were able to deliver on that, both the Council. So I really would like to thank the Council for also introducing quite a number of bills which dealt with critical aspects of integration, specifically the issue of the bill on the monetary union, which is something that we're going to see probably over the next 5 years is going to be a very critical aspect of the integration. Also strengthening the bills that strengthen the implementation of the customs union, and also the institutions such as the Lake Victoria Basin Commission bill. This juncture also, Honorable Speaker, I would like to, on behalf of South Sudan, to appreciate and give our gratitude for the community in the way they welcomed South Sudan. We did join in 2016, and 4th EALA was the first time that members from South Sudan were members of the Assembly. We experienced warm welcome. We appreciated, we had the opportunity to learn a lot from all of the other partners, members of partners from other partner states. That gave us a very good opportunity to be part and parcel. At this juncture, Honorable Speaker, I would also like to appreciate really the Assembly and the opportunity of trying to go out to the citizens. A case in point is the games that we had in Juba. I think that was a very successful and a very good example where citizens had the opportunity from South Sudan to see integration in action. Such activities, Honorable Speaker, I think enhances our role of integration and also enhances the relationship between the National Assembly and our Assembly. At this juncture also, Honorable Speaker, I would like to again acknowledge what EALA 4 has done and hope that the foundation and the activities that we have been involved in will be a foundation for the next 5th EALA. Specifically, Honorable Speaker, in my perspective, some of the matters that I believe that EALA 5 could focus on is increasing the participation of ordinary citizens in the process and activities of Assembly, which of course will increase the visibility of the Assembly. One aspect, Honorable Speaker, that I hope will have the opportunity to institutionalize the East African Annual Address by the EAC chairperson. I think this is something that would give the community the opportunity of accountability to look at what has been achieved, what has not been achieved, and what can be done. I think this is an aspect, if it is possible to institutionalize it in the next EALA 5. Enhancing, of course, the oversight mandate of the Assembly by allowing, looking at the directives and the implementation of the directives of the Council and seeing how the other organs have fared. Also strengthening the cooperation between EALA and the assemblies and the other organs of the community. But last but not least, Honorable Speaker, exploring synergies with regional, continental, and international bodies for the benefit of East Africa. At this point, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues, and I'd like to also congratulate everybody that is coming back and wish the best for those who will be looking at other greener pastures. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dean. Thank you. If you can switch off your microphone. Thank you very much. Honorable Kakoza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Also, I want to add my voice from my colleague, Honorable Zaidi. Thank you, particularly you in the chair, Honorable Speaker, having been in those regional parliaments, I was in Pan-African Parliament. I was in the National Parliament, now I'm in the region. And I'm a new person here for only 1 year, I think. I don't know if this is a term or not, but particularly I've observed the skills you have in presiding over the House. I want to thank you that you've done your best, serious standard. Because, honorable members, if you don't have the speaker and the chair who cannot guide and who cannot advise, though is a presiding officer who cannot contribute, but he makes a big, big, big impact on the debates on the floor of the House. And such a person needs, you know, we politicians, every time our arguments are clear, but you need a sober person in the chair to guide and generate a consensus. Always the House is always to generate a consensus, and that's how the smooth running of the House, of the floor, takes a train. And if you have a speaker who doesn't have those particular skills of soberness, of listening, sometimes the floor goes berserk. I want to thank you. That's a job well done. We are going to miss you. Some of us who are going to come back in EALA 5, and really, let me hope that your skills are going to be used somewhere else. And I think most of the times when people leave the stage, they don't think of others to apply the skills somewhere. But let me think that the capital which appointed you to come here, it will enable you to apply those skills somewhere, because you are still a potential and to contribute to anything within this community. Honorable Speaker, one of the skills I've observed that you have, the protection of the image of the institution. The East African community, once it has a leader that does protect the institution, that one is the best mark for the Legislative Assembly to do its work, and it needs to be respected. And we've executed that, which is almost all over in East Africa, that really this institution has been protected and has not been ridiculed. Last, not least, I want to add my voice to my colleagues who have been in EALA for the calmness, for the discussion we've been having. I've not heard, because some observations in other parliaments when you are debating, there is always this harmony, people don't listen, but this EALA 4, which I came in late, I think members have expressed maturity and soberness in discussions of issues of the region. I want to thank you, colleagues. Let's hope that it should be carried on in future. And I think that's the way the institutions can be led by the example of the members within the institution. With those few remarks, I wish you very well and hope to meet. Wanadamu mlima ikutane, lakini wanadamu wanakutana. I thank you very much.
Thank you. For the short time we have been here, at least we have learned some Swahili. Honorable Engineer Mnya, then the Honorable Kalonzo, and the Honorable Dr. Woda, Honorable Gideon.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, to give me this opportunity of at least say something regarding today's day. Mr. Speaker, let me start for the speakership position. That means I really want to congratulate you for the good work done for the past 5 years. Mr. Speaker, to be head of this organ is really a tough thing or a tough issue. We are here, 6 nations with different ideologies, with sometimes different interests, but the Treaty of East Africa is the one which brings us to the common interest and to common achievement of this region. To accomplish that, it was not a simple thing. It was very difficult. But at least you managed to bring us all together, and you managed to run this parliament, your August House, in a very safe way. We know what happened in EALA 3. We have heard. We are not around, some of us, but we heard what happened and the cost EAC involved in that issue. So the position you have taken and the work you have done for all of us is really quite a wonderful job. You deserve congratulations to all of us. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to convey my appreciation to all members that we have spent 5 years in a good spirit, in a get-together work which we have accomplished as far as we have done. We know we had some differences, some of us, but there were minor differences. And when you are a group of people, not only like this parliament, even in your house, the same family, you cannot miss the small differences. But we forgot all those, and we have done our job up to this day, whereby we are finalizing our tenure. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, I congratulate also all members who made it to come back in EALA 5. The political situation in our countries is not the same. We know, let's say Republic of Kenya, only one managed to come. Despite there were very, very competent people in this EALA 4, but yet only one managed to come back. Republic of Tanzania, out of 9, 2 managed to come back. It's not because others, they are not able. No, it's because of different factors which is happening or which are happening in our partner state, and also because of others who are back of us. And this position is not for you, for me, for anybody forever. Others should come. This opportunity is not only for one person. Others also need to have the same opportunity. And we have to thank God for the time, for the opportunity we have had, whereby others, there are many who are vying to this position, but they don't get it. Some of them, they have tried it 4 times, some of them 5 times. So we are very thankful. For us, we have been here even for 5 years, and I congratulate those who are coming back in a clean heart. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say much today, but there are something we have learned. One of the among other things we have done here is to harmonize the laws of the regions. And now, through our 5 years experience, for me personally, I have seen some other things. I'm not happy for that. And I would like those who are coming in EALA 5 to find ways and means, if it is possible, to harmonize some other laws which are very different in East Africa. For example, if we are in this region of East Africa and others are joining, if it is possible, it's much better to have one system of driving, whether it's left hand or right hand, but for the sake of the region, it's much better. So when we have different driving systems, to me, I feel something is off. And also, I observed, for example, the time factor or timing in Juba, in Bujumbura, in Kigali. Here in Tanzania, the time in Kigoma is also the same time like Kigali and Bujumbura. And when I saw the difference for some of us who are praying, and whenever in each country we are going, we have to check on the prayer times. The difference is so small. And therefore, this thing also should be, we need to find research if we can harmonize the timing of the region. Mr. Speaker, there are people up there who have come here to learn stuff from different countries. The meaning is also to harmonize things. So among other things also to be harmonized, a day like today, some of us, we are living back home, but we have been here for 5 years. We have rented houses. We bought a lot of things, from beds, from furniture, from whatever, sofa set and everything. But EALA, there is no special fund whereby to transport your luggage, your things, your belongings back home after staying here in Arusha for 5 years. It is done in National Parliament. Why should not be done also in EALA? Things like this also, as this organ, we have to look for the coming years of EALA.
At some point, we should ask people to declare what they own in Arusha. Maybe some have even married. And
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, special appeal for my colleague, EALA 4. That some of you will be here again. Some of us are going to do some other things. Not to be in EALA 4 is not the end of life. There are a lot of things to be done, and there are a lot of opportunity yet. And while we are there, we are still, some of us need to help you for whatever, anything which need to be assisted, we are there. And also, you should not lose our contacts, telephone numbers, email numbers. In fact, I had an idea of doing trade facilitation after EALA 4 in East Africa. And this trade facilitation, I mean in the sense that if today I open an office in Zanzibar or in Dar es Salaam, whatever in Tanzania, and others, same colleague who we know each other, we have been here for 5 years, we know each other very well. We trust each other. If there will be office in Kigali, if there will be office in Bujumbura, if there will be office in Juba, that means we can facilitate trade as the meaning of this East African community. We can help others who want to trade in East Africa, but they don't have connections. This also can be done. Mr. Speaker, in general, I thank you personally. I thank you all my colleagues. Bon voyage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Engineer Nya, Honorable Kalonzo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I find that today I perhaps may not be as brief as I usually am, but notwithstanding, I want to start by thanking you, our Speaker, specifically for your amazing leadership and innovation. And I want to congratulate you particularly for the innovation of the tour we did in the Northern Corridor and the Central Corridor. For many of us, for example, myself, who had not toured East Africa, through that innovation, we were able to really go and meet with all East Africans of all walks of life. In fact, I even found myself in places in Kenya where I'd never even imagined to go because I had no business. But so thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for that great innovation. Also want to thank my committee of accounts and at large the whole house. Members will remember when we first began, we had a backlog of the accounts reports. We had qualified reports, but through the active engagement of the committee and the whole house, I'm happy to announce that we are now up to date, well, as up to date as an audit report can be. I also want to thank specifically our council member from Rwanda, Professor Manasseh, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, who really stood with our committee, especially during the COVID time and under difficult circumstances, to enable us to conclude our work. I also want to thank the council for being engaging, for bringing us bills. I think those of us coming back to EALA 5 are very excited and hope that we'll have the common currency at least within those that term of EALA 5. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the clerks who we all know the challenges that they go through and sometimes the burning of the midnight oil to make sure our reports are here ready and on time. And I want to specifically thank Victor, Peter, and Susan, who I was able to work with closely in the accounts committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I think I can now safely say I have a home away from home wherever I'm in East Africa. So it has been such a pleasure to work with all of you. I have learned so much from everyone. I can't also fail to mention my seniors in the profession, including yourself. And Honorable Bide and Susan, who took time to also guide me on matters law. And I want to congratulate those who managed to make it back. And I look forward to working with all of you. I also like the idea Honorable Engineer has mentioned. It's something I'll pursue actively. And as I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to leave us with a phrase that I came across, an African saying, which says, if we have no peace, it is because we have forgotten we belong to each other. So with those many remarks, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy. Honorable Dr. Oda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice also to my colleagues who really appreciated, Right Honorable Speaker, your wise leadership during this fourth EALA. Right Honorable Speaker, I believe that it wasn't an easy journey. We came through challenges, but you managed to keep us united and always guided us to solve all the problems and challenges which come across us in an amicable way and with diplomacy, which we really appreciate you for that, Right Honorable Speaker. I want also to appreciate members of the council for their cooperation and commitment. Members of the council, sometimes we really pushed you against the wall, but that was for the betterment of this community and also for the welfare of all the East Africans. Right Honorable Speaker, I want also to thank the colleagues, the members of EALA 4,
especially the members of the Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, where I served for 2 times. I thank them really for the commitment, and I wouldn't at this juncture forget our colleagues, late Honorable Kasamba, who really served with a good heart to see that agriculture is put in the top of the agenda for the members of this parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like also to thank the chair and the colleagues of the Committee of Account, where I served also. And I really want to thank our staff who really worked with us very hard. Without them, we couldn't have achieved what we have achieved as EALA 4. Right Honorable Speaker, I would also like to appreciate the way the Republic of South Sudan has been welcomed to this community. Sometimes as members of South Sudan, we really advocated very hard that South Sudan has to be integrated, but I thank that the Secretariat, the Council, and all the members were having the good heart to incorporate us and integrate us. I thank you for that on behalf of South Sudan and all our members. And I would like also to see that in 5th EALA, many events and many East Africa community things are being taken to the Republic of South Sudan. Right Honorable Speaker, I say to those who didn't make it to EALA 5, my colleagues from EALA 4, that this is not the end of the road. It's a beginning of good integration. Whenever I go to Rwanda, I will really miss my colleague, Honorable Jean-Claude. I told him that we have been neighbors for the past 4 years, and I will really miss him, and I wish him all the best. And all those who didn't make it, I know that God has better plans for them. Right Honorable Speaker, for those also who made it to EALA 5, I say congratulations to our partner, and I want to appreciate and thank our partner states and the voters who made us to come to EALA 5 here. Right Honorable Speaker, before I wind up, I really have 2 things which I would like to see in EALA 5. I really want us, Right Honorable Speaker, in EALA 5 to have a very trained and skilled personnel in medical field, just first aid, because sometimes we go for these tours, we go to oversight activity, and something might happen to one of our colleagues. And we need really to have some members who have this skill. And I think it can be arranged by the assembly. I'll be one of the volunteers who will be there if it is organized. And the other thing also, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to see that in 5th EALA, we have more opportunity to network with the events outside. It was, for me, not good that the assembly didn't participate in COP27, which was an African COP. I was given an invitation from a civil society, but I couldn't make it. But I would like that an assembly, a regional assembly, to participate in such important events which are really affecting our community and our region. Right Honorable Speaker, without any further ado, I really want to thank everyone, and I beg to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Wada. Honorable Gideon. Then after it will be Honorable Namara, Honorable Dr. Magembe, Honorable Ako, Honorable Oda Gasizigo, Honorable Tazana, Honorable Anne. I will continue picking very.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the whole House for the job well done for the last 5 years. Right Honorable Speaker, you have shown an exemplary leadership. Your wisdom and guidance has brought us this far. We have passed bills and resolutions which are very important to this community. You have provided the leadership that resulted into our solid unity that we have worked as members of the 4th EALA with dedication and focus. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to highlight one thing, the wisdom that you use to encourage the assembly to focus on the oversight activities, to create awareness throughout the EAC region is something very important I want to appreciate. you have contributed to improving the accountability in the region. I know when we started the EALA 5, we were lagging behind in terms of reports, especially the account reporting. Somewhere in EALA 4, EALA 3, and then we came to also inherit some issues that we had to deal with in the better part of EALA 5, EALA 4, and your leadership was really in place to support initiative that was to bring our community to have these clean reports. Yesterday, I was happy. It was like a day before yesterday that we had these reports, and it was a clean report from the members of account. I think that you have contributed, yet supported our bill, the Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution bill that was passed here on addressing the issues of accountability. Right Honorable Speaker, you have been supportive to members' ideas by appreciating open and constructive engagement. This is something that we need to appreciate as a good trait of a good leader. We have also appreciated the best approach that you have done to resolve conflict in any community, in any setting. There are always conflict, be it on the political opinions or anything else, then you have stood so firm to ensure that these issues are resolved amicably. Right Honorable Speaker, I cannot forget to appreciate your level of engagement in terms of engaging council through diplomatic engagement. And we appreciate we are a regional organization and diplomacy takes precedence over our other approaches. I thank you for that. I also want to thank you for supporting the establishment of the EALA Women Caucus. I've been interacting with the EALA women and I've joined their caucuses. And this is a very important caucus in our community. Thank you for that. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a time I want to appreciate the members of the council. They have shown us that the leadership that they provide in the region is something that supports the integration agenda. The members of council have been very positive in their engagement with the members and the leadership of the assembly as a whole. Right Honorable Speaker, the excellent response during the COVID-19 outbreak, when the assembly initiated to have the first virtual rule during the COVID-19, I think this is the overall, in Africa and in the world, we were the only assembly that came up with this kind of rules, virtual rules, so that we were able to transact our business even during the difficult times. The council was very supportive of our move as an assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, the council also need to be appreciated for the fact that they were able to understand issues of concern, especially on the matters of welfare of members. Finally, they came to resolve some of the bottlenecks and stalemates that we had, but I think this is something that needs to be appreciated for the council. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the members of EALA 4. My colleagues, I really appreciate you. We have worked together and we have shown that we can deliver for the region as a community, as an assembly. I want to appreciate our staff for their unwavering support and even resilient in times of difficulties. They have worked with us and they've shown that we can work together as members of this community. I want to also appreciate members of the commission and the chairpersons of the committees for showing leadership and have been able to contribute to supporting the agenda of the regional integration. It is that leadership that made us all to be able to deliver in terms of legislation oversight and representation. Thank you, honorable chairpersons and honorable commissioners. I want to appreciate the members who have helped and contributed to the success of interparliamentary games and through your leadership, right, honorable speaker, and the commission, and even the secretariat of the joint parliamentary of the interparliamentary games. Right, honorable speaker, as I wind up, I want to appreciate in particular the members of the CTI, the Communication, Trade and Investment Committee, and the members of Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution, not forgetting their chairs. Right, honorable speaker, as I conclude, it has been a great experience for me, and I know for many of us. And I want to say, right, honorable speaker, and those of colleagues of mine who did not make it to the EALA 5, I wish you the very best in the life in the future, and all your endeavors. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gideon. Honorable Namara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank you as the leader of this August House for steering the Fourth Assembly very well up the shores. I'm very confident, and members know that this assembly, even for us, your leadership helped us to even come back, because the president said, I'm taking back these 6 members because they have done well. I have not had chaos in Arusha. That's very important. And that one starts from the leadership of the assembly. As you are aware, honorable members, the third assembly was full of chaos, I can say, not only in the house, but even on the plane. When they're traveling abroad, I heard they were fighting themselves on the plane. Your leadership has enabled us to be disciplined and ensure that this assembly is highly respected. But in the same vein, Right Honorable Speaker, you have been able to bring the media on board, the Fourth Estate. And in this particular aspect, I thank the media, Right Honorable Speaker, who have worked with us to ensure that the voice of East Africans, this assembly is felt. Even in my village where I come from, I can assure Right Honorable Speaker, even today, they will tell me, we saw you on NTV. It's because of your leadership, together working with the media to ensure that integration is taken to the hearts and souls of the East Africans. I want to thank the Council of Ministers who have done very well for these 5 years, though the rate of, how can I call it? Attrition, yes. Every time there's a new minister, you don't understand where the other one is. You lose track of our council members. But for those who have been, whom we have worked with, I want to thank them. And I'm sure the honorable members know. And most of them were shocked, Right Honorable Speaker, that they have gone without demanding the assembly any coin. It's because of your leadership and the leadership of the Council of Ministers, who have ensured that the welfare of the members is taken care of, and every member is going without demanding a single coin from the East African community. That's a very, very big achievement. And none of us knew that would happen actually. But one, thank you very much for those efforts. I want to thank my members of General Purpose Committee, where I've been serving as the chairperson. I've had a very, very good time and a lot of experience, because I was dealing with a very big committee, very difficult, not very easy. And you have members who are extremely experienced and very, very powerful. I want to thank them for the support they have given to me and for working together to ensure that we bring very critical bills to this assembly. For example, the bill that we just passed, the Financial Services Commission Bill 2022. As you said, it is a very important bill as far as the integration agenda is concerned, and it was under my committee. So I want to congratulate members of GP for having achieved that. Our staff, I want to thank our staff who have worked very, very hard. I want to thank particularly the staff of our Committee of General Purpose, Mr. Alfred Tugume, Ms. Gitonga Elizabeth, Olivia Nantaba. They have supported us tremendously in as far as the work of GP is concerned. I also thank the staff of the Assembly, all of them, the members of the Hansard, and all the support staff that have been able to make our work very easy. Our Office of the Clerk, we're happy that we have a new clerk, and we're sure that the Fifth Assembly is going to be in very good hands, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate members of the members who have been re-elected into the Fifth Assembly. We are sure that where I'm also going to be part, effective Monday, we are sure we shall do a very good job in ensuring that integration agenda of East Africa is achieved. But for our colleagues also who have not made it, I want to congratulate them, because each person has performed extremely very well in their tour of duty. And I'm sure we shall be meeting for us who are in business. Our colleagues in Bujumbura, in Tanzania, in Juba, everywhere. We shall be meeting as we do business and also support East Africans in all affairs. Now, lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to wish the Fifth EALA the best as we elect a new speaker come Tuesday next week. And your leadership, the example of your leadership is what we hope for, that we shall have a good speaker in the Fifth EALA that will concretize your achievements and also push the agenda of EALA 5 forward. Thank you very much, Lord Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dennis. Honorable Dr. Magembe.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to join my fellow members in thanking you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, me and you did not start well. As you know, I was sitting where Namara is sitting right now, and I was the one who was saying, no, 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 we must elect someone else. But once elected, Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you, and I would like to, Swahili will say to praise you for your professionalism. You helped me tremendously when I was the chair of the Accounts Committee during a very, very tough time. There was never a day when I needed your help to calm down my committee or needed your guidance that you didn't invite me immediately to come and see you. In truth, even yesterday, we met at 8 a.m. in the morning, and I called you the night before, I think past 12 o'clock at night. The Honorable Speaker, I need to see you, I have an issue, burning issue. And you're like, no, no, listen, it's fine. Let's meet in the morning for a cup of coffee. So even though we started off tough, but you have always been professional, always listening, always solution oriented. And for that, I would like to really, really thank you. That kind of professionalism is not because of your age, it is just who you are. So hongera sana kwa hilo. I would also like to thank you and appreciate your diplomacy skills. For those of you who take lightly being a speaker in an assembly like this, really, this is a tough place. We went through times when we had no money to do activities. You fought for our arrears, and I really believe if it was not for your diplomacy skills and your skills to plead reason to council, we would still have a large amount of arrears. We also managed to do all of our activities during COVID, when all 6 partner states had different protocols for COVID. Some were in lockdown, some were open, but we still managed to do all our activities. So that in itself is genius as far as I am concerned. So Honorable Speaker, I'm sure that you will go on. I think this is maybe even the beginning of your career. I'm sure you'll go on to bigger and better things, and we hope and wish that for you. Asante sana. I would like to thank the council. There have been many council members in the front bench, but all of them have been members who listen, members who look for solutions, especially for the personal issues of members. So we would like to thank you. I would like to plead with you, the honorable members, as honorable members of council, to continue our efforts to implement the recommendations of members. We spend a lot of time doing oversight. A lot of money from the community is spent on us going to institutions of the community, doing oversight, all these reports that we present here. A lot of money is spent. And if the recommendations are not implemented, it's almost like we're wasting our partner states' contribution. So please do more to implement the recommendations. I would like to thank the staff of EALA. They are the true superheroes of this community, of this parliament, and they work tirelessly, effortlessly, long beyond their hours and even beyond the call of duty. And so I'd really like to thank them. I'd like to thank personally the clerks of the committees that I was in, ndugu yangu bwana Victor Manzi, Susan, Sherry, Mary Goret. I would also like to thank Mr. Kadonya, and for me, most importantly, roho yangu Abela. Abela and her team have never left us stranded anywhere. So, and she is the reason I have returned to EALA 5. All right. I would also like to thank the members of the House. We've had vigorous debates. Sometimes I even thought we were going to come to blows here on the floor, but every time we left the House, we always remained friends. And I'd like to mention a few members by name, if that's okay. Honorable Adam Kimbisa and Honorable Makame, who were my chapter chairs, good chapter chairs. Balozi Ndagiza, my chair for regional affairs. I've always told her that whatever committee she chairs, I will be a member, because she was very, very innovative during her time. This is not, it's very serious. You know, she very innovative. Her and Victor did a very good job. I thoroughly enjoyed being in that committee. So good job to Balozi Ndagiza. Honorable Wanjiku, a true lioness of a lady. A true lioness of a lady who was always stood for what's right. Honorable Victor Burukukie, wise soul. George Odongo, Rose, Ako, very, very well-spoken members. And my brother Dennis Namara, who we share many similar likes. Good man, good man. That being said, Honorable Speaker, all of the members are brilliant, and you're all my friends, and I really appreciate you, and we will continue to be friends. Honorable Speaker, asante.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Magembe. I think it was Honorable Rosia Kor first.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say a few things as we close our term as EALA 4. First and foremost, to join my colleagues in thanking you for the great stewardship and leadership style that you exhibited over the 5-year period, amidst all the challenges that we have and that we had, and perhaps still have anyway. Key among them was, of course, the financial challenges. That when we started, we had a budget which wasn't enough. But now, as we conclude, we are running almost at less than 70% of what we started with. But you managed to make it a point that the assembly still performs its duties amidst those financial challenges. Right, Honorable Speaker, we had the challenge of COVID-19. But as colleagues have said, you know, the innovativeness that you had as a leader helped us to steer through the COVID-19 period. And we did our work. We presented our reports, we passed the bills, and we made use of those video conference rooms we had in our member states. And I think you set a precedent for ESC on how to still continue work, especially during such challenges where you can't meet together as a team, but we managed to meet virtually. Thank you so much. Right, Honorable Speaker, we had challenges, the internal contradictions we had here, but you managed to keep us together, and you managed to steer through and still bring us back to the focus, the vision that we had here as an assembly, that despite all those internal contradictions, we still managed to be what we are and to perform our duties as it were. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to turn to Council. First of all, to thank the Council of Ministers for being there to listen to us as we struggle together in making sure we achieve the key objectives of why the East African community was re-established, Right, Honorable Speaker. We are now at the key pillar, which is the monetary union pillar. And we have passed the bills, Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for that. Bills have been passed up to even this week as we conclude. We have passed the key bills that were brought by Council to facilitate the achievement of that key pillar, the monetary union. I still want to appeal to Council. The remaining bills to be fast-tracked, but also to fast-track the establishment of those institutions that have been put in place by these legal frameworks that have passed. It is very important that they are actualized and we get running and see really what happens once these institutions are there. Like the Monetary Institute, the Statistical Bureau, and also, of course, the East African Central Bank. So these are key because why are we here as EAC? It's about trade. And these are some of the key institutions that are going to facilitate trade. Our traders and even ourselves, you know, without a single currency across East Africa, we are losing a lot of money through the various requirements that when you move from one country to the other, you have to change money. And when you change, you are losing. You're losing. By the time you go around to where you started, you have lost almost 30% of the value of the resources that you had in terms of funds. So it's very urgent that these institutions are fast-tracked, council, and the trading community actually gets relieved over some of these NTBs that are hindering trade. Right, Honorable Speaker, I still want to appeal to council. Ever since we started, we have made recommendations. We have passed so many motions here appealing to council to put in place certain things and requesting for a number of things to be done. But Right Honorable Speaker, 5 years down the road, I'm not aware that one day that council sat and reviewed our recommendations and even presented their can I call them their resolutions on our recommendations, what they have agreed as a way forward, on what were presented to council, the resolutions and recommendations. I'm not aware. Over the 5-year period, I've not seen any such resolutions or recommendations being council coming back with a report on them. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to be accountable, even as council, when you are here. That accountability is very important, because then why are we here? If we are making recommendations and to you as council and we don't get feedback. So EALA 5, I would like to see feedback, at least, even if once or twice, on the recommendations that we make to you, council members. And of course, more active participation by council, that you also attend, all of you. I'm happy that, I don't want to mention, but there are some council members that have been very consistent, that they have always made it a point that they come to Arusha. And even when they depart, it's really for having been here, and then they leave something, they leave someone behind to take care. So, Right Honorable Speaker, you have tried your level best, but we also want to see council perform better in EALA 5. The issue of financial challenges, Right Honorable Speaker, I think council abdicated its role of the budget process, especially when it comes to that committee called the F&A. Council has totally abdicated its role to that committee of the budget. That committee has made work difficult for the assembly, to the extent now we are even cutting down on the number of days the assembly can sit to perform its duties, which is very unfortunate. So I would like to see in EALA 5 that perhaps let's sit and have a roundtable talk, and we agree with you as council, and you direct that committee called the F&A to allow the assembly to perform its duties in accordance with the requirements that they would like put in place, especially funding for committee work, funding for even plenaries, but most importantly for the sensitization of our communities on the benefits of the East African community. We have a lot of work to do in terms of sensitization. The community out there don't know. I mean, they don't know the benefits that are accruing to them with regard to the re-establishment of this East African community. So we need to sensitize our communities. And how do we do that? We need funding as an assembly to do that, so that when we go out there, we go out to meet our people, talk to them, hear from them, and also address their concerns. And how do we address their concerns? Perhaps some of such concerns could even be addressed by passing some more bills, legal frameworks to address their issues. So, but when you don't go out there to listen to them, you won't even know. And neither will they also know the benefits of being in this East African community and sustaining it. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to appeal to Council to allow in fact, to recall its directive that was passed, I think, some four years back, allowing autonomy of the assembly. It is good governance. You know, when you have one arm, I mean, you have here, we have all the three arms of government here. We have the judiciary, we have the executive represented by the secretariat and new council members, and then the legislature, which is the assembly. But principles of good governance dictate that there should be independence of these three arms of government as much as they work together. So allow the assembly independence to perform its work in accordance with its plan, so that we are not limited by even those who would like to malice this assembly by denying it its entitlements. So give us our autonomy. We know how to handle the budget and we'll account for it. That's what's happening in our member states. Why do we deny the assembly at the regional level its independence by allowing it autonomy? So I really want to reiterate that council recalls that directive and the assembly is given its autonomy. I also want to thank members for the cordial working relationship that we have had over the 5 years. It has been wonderful working with and being with you colleagues. I won't say much because this day is a day that is marks, I want to say, could it be the end, but it's not the end. I believe we shall continue working together, even if it is outside this kind of arrangement. And to those who have made it to EALA 5, congratulations. I want to appeal that we work harder. Work harder, we have challenges ahead of us. We must ensure that the monetary union is achieved as we push for the political federation. So that one in the EALA 5, I believe must be done, of course, with the help of council. So thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank you once more for your stewardship for the last 5 years. It has been a wonderful time being with you, and we are so grateful. Thank you so much. May God bless you. And for some of us who are taking other directions, may God bless and give us the right things to do when we leave this place. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Akol. Honorable Order. I will pick a new list, Honorable Order. Honorable Order.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. First and foremost, want to thank the Almighty God and my country, and also my family, for the opportunity to serve in this assembly for 5 years now. more than 5 years, 6 years now. In particular, I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your leadership, for your wisdom, and for your character in particular in leading this assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, it has not been easy for you. For those who were around you, we saw it and we learned a lot. I don't want to talk much about this because we all know, but I want to thank the Fourth Assembly for supporting our speaker. Because even if he has all those skills and character and all those things we mentioned and others mentioned, without the support of the members who he leads, it would be very difficult. Let me take this opportunity to thank you all. We all have our differences. It is usual in life. And obviously, the task which was ahead of us had a lot to cause some little misunderstandings. But what is important is when you have a leader to bring you together, to bring unity, to bring harmony in the assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much. I thank honorable members for all we did to make sure this assembly keeps together as a family. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to sincerely thank our summit, thank the council, thank the secretariat. These important institutions, as highlighted in our treaty, the relationship we had with them throughout these 5 years has really made this assembly to come up, to do its work smoothly. Of course, let me take this opportunity also to, as I thank the council, to add my voice to my colleagues. I know very well that our council members has a lot back home, but please give this important mandate also time, because the summit depends on you, secretariat depends on you, the assembly in particular depends on you. We know the tasks you have back home sometimes causes all this, but this community, especially the citizens, are waiting for your guidance. Few areas I would once again request the council to look at is the issue of accountability in the community. It's very important and it helps this community to move forward. The issue of looking into the way, the strategy within your work, how you can have more time to sit down and understand what is going on in the community and have time to guide and help this community. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also to thank my brothers and sisters, the staff of this assembly. Sincerely, they have done a good job. Honorable members, help me to clap for them. We know all the institutions of this community had a challenge of staffing. But when you come to EALA, we all have been wondering how Speaker and the small group have managed to do this work. We push them, we ask them, we request them to produce a lot of reports. And if you look into the numbers, and especially that we didn't have clerks at a very long time at the high level, those who devoted their time, the clerk's office and the staff, all their supportive staff, sincerely, we appreciate your work. Right Honorable Speaker, we once again want to ask the council to look into EALA in particular. I'm not saying this because I'm in EALA, but I have been here, as I said, for almost 6 years. and I have seen the importance of this assembly. It was my first time to be in the assembly, in the parliament. I came from the executive and came to the parliament, and I learned a lot. And I thank my country for giving me this opportunity. But what I have realized is that if the council and the summit really looks into the mandate of this assembly, I think the assembly can really contribute to what we want to achieve under the treaty. Other institutions are doing their work, but I want to say that there was a time with all those challenges we had, you all remember the time in the corridors where things came like, you know why our assembly is not important, can we do this and that? But I'm saying that let's not go with emotions. The citizens are waiting for us, and what is discussed here is for the benefit of all our countries. So I think the work which is done here, if well supported, it can really help all these other institutions to make sure that we stand for the citizens and the well-being of our community. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to also thank the Secretariat, because without the Secretariat, we can't do much. And they have a very important mandate, and I'm sure that we'll continue to improve the working relationship so that we can all work together. Let me also thank the people we meet in corridors and who are really very, very important in the work of this assembly. I want to thank the media. Sincerely, the media have been doing the work, part of work of this assembly, which is sensitization, advocacy, and also somehow oversight, because whenever they report, I'm very much sure that those who are following up in this media, they understand what is supposed to be done. So thank you so much, media, for the work you have done. I want to thank our young ladies and boys or men who serve us tea, food, all the support we want to make sure that our life in this assembly becomes smooth. I want to thank Hassan and the team for the work done. We all know that we here and there, you know, we interact with them and they help us. Right Honorable Speaker, most importantly, let me thank the committees I served in and the leadership of those committees. I served in Accounts Committee. The leaders of this committee and the members work together, but most importantly, the clerks. Victor knows very well how we fight in corridors, but in good faith. And I know very much how it has been stretched, and also the supportive staff, our young ladies in those committees, the accounts and CTI. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to also advise or also comment on what I think the fifth EALA can continue helping us so that we improve on what we are doing. The issue of research, Right Honorable Speaker, is something which needs to be done so that to be improved on, so that we can give an opportunity to members to come and debate on things which they have researched. But we still have a challenge to get support in this area. The issue of sensitization, members and awareness have mentioned, but accountability, as I said, but also, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm so happy as we are winding up our term today, we are going to launch the strategic plan for women focus. I want to appreciate you, Right Honorable Speaker, men in this house for the support, the women, the staff, for making sure that this is happening in 4th EALA before I leave this assembly. I won't be feeling good if you launch this when I'm not here. So thank you so much. As I'm winding up, Right Honorable Speaker, once again, I want to say that I'm going to miss you all. I'm going to miss the English by the one who is laughing there, my brother Mbide. but I think maybe I'm going to establish one office in Kigali so that he can help me bring those good words in Kigali. Yeah, so I'm going to miss you all. We have made friends here, and I think it is an asset for our community. I want to request that fifth EALA, please continue the issue of rotation. When you come into our capitals, even some of us who are not going to be in fifth EALA will enjoy seeing you in our capitals, doing your job there, you know, empowering citizens and also the institutions. So please, this is one of the things I wanted to request you, that you continue. And I was so happy to be in South Sudan once again. We saw, when you go last year, when you go 2 years before, you go after 2 years, you see the changes. This is very important. And it is satisfied a member of this community if you see one of the partner states is doing well in improving in governance, in security, in economic and socio-economic activities. Congratulations, South Sudan, and congratulations all members or partner states for the work we are doing. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I want once again to wish you all the best and all members who are not coming back to fifth EALA, and wish all the best to the fifth EALA. We are sure that the team which is coming is going to take this assembly on another level. I can assure you the team coming from Rwanda is a super team. And I want to thank my government for sending us very powerful ladies and gentlemen for the work. And they are going to meet our colleagues who have been here, and in collaboration with other who are coming from different partner states, we are going to have a good assembly. And I wish you all the best. And I'm sure that fifth EALA will again wind up their work after 5 years and leaving behind a good legacy. Thank you, Lord Honorable Speaker. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Order. And indeed, I said I directed the Office of the Clerk to make arrangements such that we launch the caucus, the women caucus, sometime today. The next is Honorable Tazana, to be followed by Honorable Dr. Anne and the Honorable Claude. Then a new list will include the Honorable Musamari, Honorable Mary Mujeni, Honorable Bijema, Honorable Abdikadir, Honorable. I will forget if I mention too many of you, so I will pick another list of those.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this last day of the fourth assembly. Mine is just to thank and appreciate through your leadership what the fourth assembly has been able to do. I know it was not really easy starting from the first day of the fourth assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, this last day is remembering me what we have been going through, starting by the first day. And I'm saying, without your leadership, a high level of leadership, a high level of innovation, I don't think we could have been here at this last day. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, because you have shown how in hard circumstances, we need special solutions, and you made it. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I remember also during the COVID time, when everything was down, and the whole world was like dying. But with your leadership, you came with another innovation for having those virtual rules for EALA to be able to continue meeting. Then I know that it served not only EALA, but also the community, because we have been able to pass the budget, we have been able to pass various legislations and also oversight. And really, we thank you because some people around the assembly were thinking that we are not able to continue. We thank you so much for that innovation at that hard time. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to express my sincere thanks for you to elect me as the chair of the Interparliamentary Games, because it was like, at the starting, it was like a challenge for me, but with your guidance and support, with the support of the team of EALA, the staff, and the support from the technical team from the partner states, and also the support from the Republic of South Sudan, we have been able to make it, and we thank you so much for your leadership and the guidance. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the other side, during the tenure of fourth EALA, I learned a lot personally in terms of knowledge, in terms of experience, and I know I will use it for the fifth assembly because I thank my country for giving me another opportunity to continue serving. And I know I will be better than what I did in the fourth year. Thank you so much, members, for those who made it to come back. And also for those who did not make it, we wish you all the best. And I know we'll be meeting here and there when you'll be serving still the community, because the work is not ending here. You are our good friends, wherever we will be, in our partner states serving the community. We will need your support, we need your guidance, and we will still be together. God bless you. God bless our Right Honorable Speaker and family. God bless all the community for what we are doing, so that in the future, together with our Council of Ministers, we need your support, Honorable Council Ministers, we need your support, so that our recommendations, we are coming back to that, because when we have the implementation of the recommendations, we are able to move. But when we are stuck at that level, we are turning around and we don't know where we are and where we want to go. We are urging you, Council of Ministers, to be here with us, but also to sit and help us to move with the implementation of the resolutions and the recommendations we are making in the Assembly, and also from the summit. We know that together we can make it, and you are here, you are hearing what we are now requesting to you, Honorable Council Ministers. Thank you so much. God bless you. I submit right on the speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kazan. Microphone. Thank you. Honorable Dr. Ann.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this very special occasion where sadly we are saying goodbye to some of our members. Right, Honorable Speaker, honestly, I joined EALA 4 as a South Sudanese who wanted something out of the region for my country. And I guess that is true for anybody who is coming here for the first time. And that belief was based on my previous experiences during the liberation struggle, where we felt a lot of brotherhood and support from all the countries in the region. But I'm going out as a totally different person, under your leadership. After 5 years of sharing friendship, sharing challenges and ideas, learning about the different cultures, and experiencing the warmth of the people of East Africa. And thanks for that special experience. Right, Honorable Speaker, under your leadership too, we've made a lot of achievements. We have passed bills. We have undertaken oversight activities. We've gone for awareness among our people. And that, in a nutshell, is taking East African to the people. We've made East African community more visible to the ordinary people who do not have time to come to Arusha, who do not have time to go to places where they will learn more about the East African community. And thank you for that. Right, Honorable Speaker, something that I would like everybody to know is the provision of leadership you gave to the EALA Women Caucus during every event, making your presence and demonstrating to us that you cared and you wanted something different for women in East African community. And as a result of your support, today we'll be launching the 5-year strategic plan for women caucus that would see to it that the women of EALA would have a strategy for engendering the processes of integration in the East African community. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have more things to thank you about. Before the Games, either side, either the people of South Sudan or even members of parliaments know very little about South Sudan. And those 1 week or 10 days that we spent there have made a lot of difference in our perspective, and even the linkages that we have. Some are going back with, some have come back with business ideas and partners, potential partners, with whom they would engage and continue to further the ideas and the agenda of the East African community. And thank you for that. We hope that in EALA 5, there will be more of such occasion, and that wherever we have awareness creation, it should not, sensitization, it should not just be partner states going to partner state. It should be mixed so that we see ourselves together, and that is very educative, and it encourages the ordinary people very much. Right, Honorable Speaker, I cannot move without expressing your unique leadership style that makes you accessible and approachable. And in fact, that is what you need in an institution that is at regional level, where things are very diverse, understanding are very, everything is very diverse. And if you don't have that characteristic, you'll never be able to bring people together. And this was very visible, Honorable Speaker, during the first month of EALA 4, when after electing you, we were threatened by a court case. And a lot of us, believe me, were shocked and we didn't know what to do. We were even thinking something terrible would happen. But you gave us that confidence that what we are here for is to continue with our work and let the court take its course. So it was very good, and we learned from it a lot. Right, Honorable Speaker, you also took very bold decisions in a time when there was no presidents, when COVID came. Many people, we fear that we'll be sitting at home and eventually will be dismissed because we'll not be doing our work. And in fact, some people may have been happy to see EALA sitting at home. But coming up with that idea of using the new technology of, of speaking to each other where we are made it possible for us to continue our legislative work, our oversight, and thank you for that. And Right Honorable Speaker, I'm sure I'm not speaking for myself alone. The fact that you stood for the rights and the interests of members, especially with regards to the arrears, I tell you, a lot of us finance our re-election through that arrears. It came at a very right time. Thank you very much for that. We really appreciate that stand, that negotiation that went without maybe us knowing with the council so that we get paid. Thank you very much. We've learned from that too. My next comment is to the council. We appreciate your presence, though sometimes a lot of you are absent, but we appreciate your tolerance. Sometimes out of frustration, we become a little bit harsh and maybe aggressive a bit, but we saw that none of you have taken any offense, none of you have reacted otherwise, but that is the spirit of bringing together all the institutions of the East African community so that we can work together. It's a way of understanding ourselves. But if I were to be in a position to do this, I would have asked the Council of Ministers to be resident in Arusha, like us, so that we meet every day and we resolve our problems without people disappearing for maybe 2 months. And then you meet and you meet like strangers. You even forget where you left off. And it makes our work very difficult. I wish we can all be here. And I hope that it will be possible in the future. Maybe not a EALA 5, but it's very necessary that people working in the interest of East Africa sit together and spend more time together. And also to the council, I think we have a wonderful opportunity to make East Africa great. But I see our problem is we have not yet realized that all the 6 partner states, now 7, have all unique gifts and resources. And we need to begin planning together so that each one reinforces the other. I think we need to do more of that in future. For example, South Sudan has a lot of livestock and fisheries. You know what happens, the skin of cattle in South Sudan is fed to the dogs. And the horns are also fed to the dogs. It's not used, but if we were to come up with a, with a leather industry that really utilizes that resources, it would make East African community an exporter, or we will be able to meet our leather needs. So it's very important for you for us to begin exploring the possibility of putting all the resources on the table so that we plan on the basis of comparative advantage and what would make East Africa benefit more. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm now coming to members of the EALA 4 who may not be able to come back, but I want them to know that I share a very special bond with each and every one of them. And I wish them luck in their future endeavors. For example, I was talking with Oda about continuing to work together in the area of empowering women socially, in the area of social, economic, and political empowerment. And she's willing to come. And that can happen with each one of us, whether you are back or whether you are going away and will be engaged in other institutions. I think we should continue that linkages and continue to work together and continue to build East Africa. In fact, you become a resource for the parliament once you are resident among the people. We have people we know who we can reach anytime, and they're already trained, they already have the experiences, and they can further the agenda of EALA. And then for those who are coming back to EALA 5,
let's maintain the same spirit of cooperation, of working together, and of putting East Africa first. And then finally, I would want to join the rest of my colleagues in thanking all the staff of EALA who have worked so hard. They've given their everything, even when they're few. And you could see their suffering, but they never stop working. They never stop. They have never complained. They continue to deliver. I want to thank you very much. Very often we don't recognize that. You find that we demand a lot out of you, but you have made the parliament to work. And thank you very much for that. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Anne Ito. Honorable Claude.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank you. I want also to thank members of EALA for whom we have been together for 5 years, starting from 2017 up to now. So that journey was not an easy journey. I remember the first year of our 12 duty, it was mainly about the court case. Although we have been able to do some activities under your leadership, able leadership, I don't know, Speaker, but it was not an easy journey. And in addition to that, there came also COVID-19. It took almost 2 years of our 12 duty. It means when you take 5 years minus the 3 years of a lot of challenges, it remains only 2 years where we have been free to do our work as it is supposed to be. But also, even in those 2 years, I remember there had been also an issue of arrears. So it was also another challenge that came to us. So now, as a young person who joined this community when I was 27, and now I'm 32, it was a learning experience. Actually, when I look at where I'm seated now, this seat, I chose it accidentally. It was not, because I didn't know that I would be together. I will have a neighbor like Dr. Wada, or a neighbor like Gideon, or no, and a neighbor like Honorable Susan, who sits here, and also my senior Honorable Bide, and Jojo at the end. So this seat, having also Honorable Karinda behind me, Dr. Karinda and Aden always sit there. So I was, even here in the chamber, I was learning. I was able to consult. I was able to communicate with them. They feed me with ideas and experience. So I got a lot during this tour, this 5 years in this 4th year. Honorable Speaker, I served 2 committees. I didn't change. Actually, as per the rules of procedure in this house, after 2.5 years, we have to change the committees. But me, I didn't change the membership. I stayed in 2 committees. I served the committee on accounts and also the committee on communication, trade, and investment. So during this time, when I was a member of this committee, these 2 committees, I have been able to pass laws. We conducted oversight activities. We have done also sensitizations in different forms, in different ways in all particular states. We have achieved a lot thanks to the contribution of each and every one of us. Honorable Speaker, however, I can't miss out to mention some of the areas that needs to be improved, that needs improvement. Honorable Speaker, to start with, I want to talk about the issues related to education. I was elected to be a member of this 4th EALA as a youth representative back home in my country, and I thank the government of Rwanda for putting trust in me to represent youth. During this time, I know that there is also a policy on education, but we still have challenges, and it is an appeal to the Council of Ministers, to look into this matter because there is already a policy that all universities of East Africa, in the partner states or partner states of East African community, they should charge the same tuition fees to all students coming from other partner states. But this is not applicable in some partner states. You find that you go to some universities and they charge East African students as international students. This must have an end. It is an appeal to the Council of Ministers to follow this matter and put an end to this issue. Secondly, Honourable Speaker, I know that under Common Market Protocol, Annex 5, there is also the country committed to liberalize trading services in different sectors. They have made commitments there, but nothing has been done. I remember when we were also doing sensitization on achievements under Common Market Protocol. This was one of the issues which was raised not only by the stakeholders, but also by the government officials. They said, although we have this, but our community has focused on trading goods, but we need also to remember that we have made commitments under trading services. So I appeal also to members who are coming back for the 5th EALA, for the 5th EALA, to also take up the matter and do oversight under this area. So that, because I remember we went to South Sudan in the parliamentary games. When we were there, we could see many East African citizens doing different jobs, doing different businesses there in South Sudan. Maybe that is an arrangement which was, or a privilege which was given by the government of South Sudan to African citizens, East African citizens, but it is not happening in all partner states. And that is due to the fact that, Honourable Speaker, it is due to the fact that when you look at even the commitments that partner states have made under that schedule, under that Annex 5, in their commitments in trading services, you find that Mode 4, which talks about movement of service suppliers, and service suppliers are the people. So you find that it is still closed, not liberalized. They won't allow those who have those specialities, which are not available in partner states. And where will you find them? And this community is for ordinary citizens, it is for all citizens. So it is good also to make a push. It is also a responsibility of both the Assembly and the Council of Ministers to push partner states so that they can first implement what they have committed for. Secondly, they can also liberalize this mode 4 of trading services, allowing movement of service suppliers. Thirdly, Honourable Speaker, there is what is it called, Audit and Risk Committee. Being a member of Committee on Accounts, I've been able also to learn much about this committee. But this committee is like, doesn't meet regularly, and it is supposed to be like an eye of the Council of Ministers, because it was established by the Council of Ministers. It was supposed to be a watching eye over the Council of Ministers to monitor the activities of institutions established by our community, to monitor what is happening in the procurement department of our organs and institutions. But in the audit reports that we have been considering, that is, we have been having a lot of issues in that department, not only in the secretariat, but in all institutions and organs of the community. There are many issues related to procurement issues. But this committee is also responsible to implement the recommendations, to guide the council in the implementation of the recommendations passed by this assembly. But if this committee doesn't do its activities, it means all that we are pushing for, all that we are recommending to council will not be able to be achieved. Honourable Speaker, while concluding, we are also ending our tour of duties, and some of the colleagues are coming back in the 5th EALA. So I want to take this time and congratulate them. And I also wish them well in their tour of duties during the next 5 years to come. I also now take this time to wish all those who are exiting, or the honorable members who have contributed a lot to this community and to this August Assembly, and they are now exiting. I wish them well, including myself. I hope that I stay optimistic that the future is still bright. I can't end my statement without also recognizing the efforts and the contributions made by the members of our staff. Victor here, who is seated in front of us, has been helping us in the Committee on Accounts together with Susan. So he has been doing a lot of and a good work to the committee. So I thank him, and I thank everyone, every member of the staff for their contribution. Madam Speaker, successful fifth EALA will largely also depend on the close collaboration with the Council. And this is an appeal to Council that our goal is the same, our vision is the same. We want that we build a prosperous and internationally competitive community. And we cannot achieve this vision or this goal without a close collaboration of all the organs and institutions of this community. So therefore, Madam Speaker, before I submit, I want again to bring to the attention of the Council of Ministers that this assembly is not against them. It's not. Actually, our law and mandate is the same. So a close collaboration and working relationship will make this community a better community. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Claude. Honorable Musamali, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to make my remarks on such, it looks like a sad day to me. So I don't know whether, this day is very, very confusing. I don't know whether I should celebrate or I should cry. I've been advised by my neighbors that I can do both. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity, first of all, to thank you for your stewardship of this House. As you are aware, I think at one time I've said it, we had a president in Uganda called the President Godfrey Binaisa. Binaisa said it in Uganda, but I'll say it in English. He said, the seat you are occupying is the one of the president. That's after he had been overthrown after 3 months in office. Then he says, the seat is very sweet, but very hot. He said it in Uganda, but that's what he meant. Now that seat of yours, Honorable Speaker, is very sweet, but very hot. I've been observing, I've been looking at you, and sometimes I would sympathize. Because for us, we would have a latitude to get out, maybe stretch a bit, take tea, and come back. You are there. So, but you have been able to endure and manage to handle this House. You have also been able to lead us amidst serious challenges. I don't want to say chaos like my brother Namara put it. No, they are just challenges. And I think challenges and contradictions are normal in society. What is very important is how to manage it. And you have been able to manage us and to manage these challenges. And now we are concluding our tour of duty. Honorable Speaker, you seem to be a very good student of President Yoweri Museveni. Because for him, he says that any leader must have a freezer on his or her head. Because many challenges and contradictions will make you heat up. And if you don't have a freezer on your head, you will burn. So you have been able, I think you are a very good disciple or follow student of President Museveni. You have been able to carry a deep freezer on your head to manage us with all our different attitudes and contradictions. We want to take this opportunity also to thank our staff who have played a very big role in supporting us, because whatever we have achieved, they have played a very big role. Sometimes working beyond, and I don't know, on several occasions, working beyond normal working hours. I want to thank the media because we do not have a lot of resources, both in our partner states and at the community, to sensitize the population, to market the integration agenda. But the media has been playing a role, a complementary role. For the case of Uganda, EAC integration agenda is associated with NTV and Jingo Francis. I want to thank you very much. Every time you hear Jingo Francis, NTV Arusha, Tanzania, or NTV Kigali, Rwanda, NTV Nairobi, Kenya, NTV Juba, South Sudan. It is Jingo Francis sending the message. And for us, we became very popular partly because of that media. We thank you very much. And this one goes to you, Right Honorable Speaker, and your leadership for championing this initiative, Right Honorable Speaker. Of course, we have achieved a lot, but just like my colleagues alluded to, the laws, our role is to legislate. We have passed the necessary laws to enable us achieve our integration agenda. But the challenge is now in implementation. As you are aware of the 4 pillars, the first 2 pillars have been put in operation. The customs union, the common market. But we still have challenges in terms of implementing those pillars. Now we are going on to the 3rd one. We hope that as we work on operationalizing the 3rd pillar of the monetary union, the leadership of the community, all the way from the summit, council, the secretariat, and even us members of EALA, those who are still continuing and those who are exiting, will still continue playing our role in ensuring that the weaknesses that we have identified in the implementation of those integration pillars are addressed, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about experience. At the time I joined this assembly, I thought I had experience, but I realized that I didn't have much, Honorable Speaker. Because I had worked in the government of Uganda, I worked in the civil service, I worked in the parliament of Uganda, I had worked with members of parliament, worked with the minister, the prime minister, the president's office, and the president himself. I thought I had a lot. But when I came here, Honorable Speaker, I'm leaving this house with more value addition. I've learned a lot how to deal with the different people and at different levels. With the summit, as you are aware, our work, we work with the members of summit who are our presidents. Dealing with the president, it requires a different approach. It is just no, it's not a business as usual. Now, dealing with the council, as you are aware, Honorable Speaker, we have had challenges here dealing with the different council members. I've also learned how to deal with individual council members, because some of them, before they hear from you, they have already concluded. I say, hey, what's this? But now, so I learned how to deal with such. Then there's one who will listen to you and will talk. Then he goes as if he has not heard anything. And then there's one who will listen to you and address your issues. So we have been able to learn a lot, Honorable Speaker, and from all the members, whether staff or the secretariat and so on. You remember, Honorable Speaker, when we had some of the, because of the working methods here and because of the way some people work, you remember when we started developing, had new words here, like clashing of organs, and somebody was asking, are you talking about human organs, clashing of human organs, or which kind of organs are you talking about? But we were able to handle these shocks. But we also were able to learn the Langwaras way or the Lakadaisco way of how people work. Okay, but this is how we are going to deal with them, in their strengths or in their weakness. But these are all experiences, Honorable Speaker, which I was able to achieve and learn, and I'm leaving and coming back. I'm leaving the assembly and coming back with more value, Honorable Speaker. About integration, Honorable Speaker, this is our main agenda. We are here as members of EALA. We are supposed to pass laws, but these laws should be in line with promoting the integration agenda. Honorable Speaker, I may just repeat part of my speech in Parliament when I was campaigning to come back. But this is our role, right, Honorable Speaker. I want to put it here to all of us, those of us who are still here, those who are exiting, and the members of council, that the integration of East Africa and Africa is not a matter of luxury, but a matter of necessity for you and me. Because you are all aware that the growth, development, and prosperity of Africa was disrupted by the negative forces of slavery, colonialism, and now neocolonialism. Now, for us, if we are to survive as a people of Africa or a black race, the way we are referred to, we must now learn to work together and ensure that we achieve our integration agenda. If I may refer to the words of Martin Luther King Jr., he said that we must learn to live together as brothers, or we will perish together as fools. Honorable Speaker, we may have differences here as individuals, but we should look at a bigger picture. We will be having differences here ideologically in one way or the other, but we must look at a bigger picture, because those forces that fought us, that killed us, that divided us, are not sitting. They are still interested in dividing us. And because God gave us a lot of natural resources, some of them not yet exploited, they are still interested in exploiting us. So if we don't work together, if we don't live together, we may end up perishing. So my view is that we now, we must work as ambassadors, as marketeers of the integration agenda. Our main preoccupation should be on addressing the weaknesses in our integration. In terms of, we need to be together politically, we need to work together on security issues, we need to trade together. And if we choose to trade together, we shall prosper more than we have been doing when we have been depleting our resources through importation. When if we took, because you'll find someone is importing sugar into East Africa, but there is country A producing more sugar. You find, because they are cartels, now these are compradors. These are people who are now going to collaborate with our detractors, such that they continue benefiting as individuals, but we lose out as a bigger community. Right now, Speaker, I want to end by making an appeal to the leadership of, because we all play different roles. We are also leaders in the community, but there are also those who are ahead of us, right now, Speaker. The leadership of the community, starting from the summit, council, and then the secretariat. These three levels of leadership in our community is very important, because the decisions they take and the way they implement decisions matters a lot in as far as our agenda, our integration agenda is concerned. For example, we need a lot of research in as far as our integration needs are concerned. But we have a problem. We don't have, for example, here in the EALA itself, and at the secretariat itself, we don't have researchers, or we don't have any facilitation for researchers. So how are we going to get new ideas? We need to facilitate the implementation of the different policies and the decisions that have been made. But there's a problem with financing. And we have been having a problem of sustainable funding, and it has become a song of sustainable funding mechanism. Sustainable funding mechanism. We have spent money on consultancies and consultants and consultants. Now, then we look at the budget from about 120 million US dollars. It has shrunk down to 91 million US dollars. If you compare to some of the chief executives of Coca-Cola, I was trying to do some research. $91 million, which is supposed to be the budget for the community, is the salary of a chief executive of Coca-Cola. So now, and this is a community of 6 sovereign states. So now 7. So, right now, Speaker, I want to appeal to the summit and to the council that we should look at the issue of sustainable funding mechanism, and we should look at funding our community 100%. Let individual partner states go and borrow, but funding the community should be from partner states 100%, but no Speaker. So if you help us and put this in place, the community will prosper. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, as we are leaving, you are aware that there is a council document. Either it's a proposal or it's a document. There is a disastrous document which we want to bring to the attention of council, that they should not look at that document. They should throw it in a dustbin. There is a document where it was proposing that they want to change the status of EALA from the current status to like the one of Pan-African Parliament, where first of all reduce numbers of members of EALA from the current 9 to 5, and then they are elected from national parliaments. There is that document. I have a copy of it. So whether it's a proposal, I'm sure it was not smuggled to me, but there is a proposal. So this is a very dangerous proposal in as far as this house is concerned. And I want to appeal to the house, to council, that when that document is finally brought to your attention, please look at it with keen interest. And the interest of EALA is that we want EALA to remain the way it is and even give it more powers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I wish everybody safe journey to and fro. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Msamari. Honorable Mary, you are next, but may I plead for your indulgence? The Honorable Minister requested to speak now, one council member, because of the commitment he has. immediately after, but after him, it will be Honorable Merimbe. Honorable Ambassador Baruch.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to bid farewell to the fourth EALA. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to start by thanking the Almighty God who has granted us life and good health to serve this august assembly. And secondly, allow me to thank you. Allow me to thank you and congratulate you for your wise and outstanding leadership in steering the work of this esteemed House for the past 5 years. Honorable Speaker, your leadership in this assembly has been exemplary and prevailing in all circumstances. In the same vein, I would like to congratulate and commend the honorable members of the fourth EALA for their significant contribution in the assembly. I must emphasize, Right Honorable Speaker, that as a council, we are grateful to the assembly for their role in passing the legislations of not only the council, but also private member bills. We appreciate you, as it is this legislation that underpins East African community integration. We appreciate the fourth EALA for its rigorous oversight function. The council has gathered invaluable lessons from the various reports and the recommendations. And we understand that these reports, as Honorable Dr. Magembe emphasized, have used a lot of resources. And we understand that it is very important for these reports to be looked into. And the council undertakes to study all the reports and the recommendation with a view to implement them. Honorable Right Honorable Speaker, the council has had the opportunity to interact with members of the fourth assembly, general and on person. And moving forward, the council is going to direct the secretariat to propose a legislative calendar for the council, paying special attention to the critical areas highlighted by the fourth EALA. Honorable Speaker, the council is committed to supporting the assembly in executing its mandates. And moving forward, the council will do whatever it is necessary to ensure the success of this assembly. And we look forward to closer and regular integration. Right, Honorable Speaker, as a council member from Tanzania, I wish to reiterate my commitment and that of the United Republic of Tanzania in support of EALA. And we will do all that it is in our means to facilitate EALA in executing its mandate smoothly and deliver the aspiration of our principles. Honorable Speaker, allow me, as I conclude, to thank you once again and all the members for your outstanding contribution on this fourth EALA and to the EAC integration agenda. I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
I thank you too, Honorable Ambassador Baruch, Minister, and I understand that you will be catching a flight in the coming hours. Wish you journey mercies, and thank you for the nice words you have said about myself and my colleagues of fourth EALA. Thank you. Now, Honorable Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir. It's been a pleasure to be a member of EALA 4. Mr. Speaker, all creations have a beginning and an end. And indeed, EALA 4 looks like we started, you know, one feels like we started just the other day. But time has run and the 5 years are over. But we have a lot to be grateful to. Indeed, we get out of EALA 4 feeling truly East Africans. We have learned a lot. We have become East Africans, not just because of our geographical or political location, but by living and practicing as East Africans. We have stood here many times. We have spoken on behalf of East Africans. We have had the opportunity, surely contribute to the integration of East Africa. We are truly grateful, first of all, to our voters, to our member states and the governments that facilitated us to be here. It is really an experience that gives us an opportunity that not everyone is able to get. We are truly, truly thankful. A lot has been done and achieved during EALA 4. We have done our legislation, a number of bills have been legislated successfully, we've done oversight, we have done our representation and advocacy on behalf of our people. In all this, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the leadership that you have really shown in steering this House in the right manner and in the right direction. I particularly want to recognize your superior knowledge of the law, where you got us right all the time, you know, correcting us to be legally on the right side of whatever we do as a legislative house. To that, we are thankful. And I have no doubt that you have a future ahead of you that recognizes your skills, your ability. I mean, my colleagues have said it all. I just want to rub it in to say you are so much appreciated. And indeed, we have had good days where we have laughed. We have had hard days where we have had hardships, but you as a leader, you have been able to steer through all this without a lot of hiccup. And much of it probably was not even known by the outside world because of the character and capacity of governance that you are able to lead us with. You led us by example, and truly we wish you all the best of luck wherever you will go next. I'm sure this region cannot afford to lose you in the next call of duty. All the best, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues, the members of the fourth EALA. Honestly, we have been a good house. I have seen worse times. I have seen parliaments fight on the floor of parliament, but we've never gone to that extent. And that does not mean that we have always agreed. In fact, it would be unusual or superficial if we agreed all the time? Is that possible? Unless one of us does not think. But where you have brains that think, can speak, we come from different backgrounds, different partner states, different interests, different circumstances, we are likely to sometimes disagree. What is important is that that disagreement did not become enmity. We agree to disagree. When we move out of the house, we find that we are still working together. To you all colleagues, I want to thank you. For those who are continuing in EALA 5, I look forward to working with you again. Those who are leaving, I am sure by being East Africans, we are likely to meet in other areas. So I wish you the best in your future careers, offices, and hope that there will be offices of substance because you are people of substance. I want to thank our staff, like everyone has said, our clerk to Parliament, and all the members of staff for the work well done under circumstances that were stressful and fewer numbers of staff, and you still were able to manage the work. We felt it, we could see you really working under stress, managing a number of committees by one staff member or two, but you managed. We wish you all the best and continue to look forward to working with you in EALA 5. Most importantly, I would like to say that the challenge ahead of us is to do with the patriotism towards our region. To me, that is important. That's what is the most important thing for us to do. We have been singing, living as East Africans, but we need to be more patriotic. Much as we come from different countries, much as we have different constituencies that have different dynamics and interests, but I think it is important as people who speak on behalf of East Africans to be patriotic in order to achieve the desired destination of having one integrated East Africa and probably our dream of coming together as one country. Long live East Africa, all the best colleagues, everyone who has contributed to EALA 5. I look forward to further interaction in different areas of your operations in this region. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you also, Honorable Mary. And looking at the time, I think I would advise that we break for lunch. Then we come back at 2:30. Yes. Victor, is that okay? Yes. So we will definitely find an opportunity to launch the Scopus. I can see Ambassador Fatuma. We will find a way to do it today. And then, Mr. Clark, you can start making arrangements on how we are going to go about it. So for now, I suspended the house until 2:30, but let me implore you to be back on time. Let's try and be back on time. House is suspended.
years in this August Assembly. It was my first time to become a member of parliament because I was serving for a while in the executive. I can confirm to you and my colleague that I have been learning too much from this August Assembly. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am very, very thankful to you as a leader of this house. First of all, I have the privilege to know you very well, and the way you have managed to lead this assembly, I think I am very proud as an East African from Rwanda to be proud. You have set, I think you have set something that will be very useful in the future of this community. Because of this, it is not something that you get freely. It is because of your nature, your character. Fairness and the way you combine leading people and managing things, because those are really quality that people have to know. You have to be able to lead people, but not be able to manage also business. You have both qualities of leading and managing. I have been benefiting of many things from your leadership. I can cite, for example, unity of members. I told you I have been serving with this parliament from 2012. It means I know how many speakers, each speaker. And then we are able now to get harmony and to get your accessibility and to get some initiative for integration, initiatives which are very, very strong. Among them, we found, by the way, some creativities and some innovation. And it was something new for this community. That Honorable Speaker, among what you did is to make accountability being institutionalized within the EAC region. Accountability. I remember when we started in 2012, even for EALA 3, when we started the EALA 4, there was something really new. And you did everything to get this kind of way of leading and managing. And I also have the opportunity to thank my colleagues. My colleague also, I remember what we did in EALA 3 and EALA 4. We got really a teamwork, which was very different, totally different. And by having a very good teamwork, we have developed also some kind of friendship. I can not say or enumerate my friend by naming the names. It cannot be possible for me. Our friendship was really special in the general, in the common. And I thank very much my colleague for the teamwork and for the friendship. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been serving in 4 committees: in the County Committee, in the Agriculture Committee, and by talking about Agriculture Committee, I cannot forget the Honorable Kasamba Matthias. He was really one of us who was special that we have been missing, and dear regard, keep him close to him. And I have been serving also in the CTI committee and in the regional affairs and the conflict resolution for 10 years. And by being in the regional affairs for 10 years, it was also possible to distinguish the quality of committee leaders. And Right Honorable Speaker, let me really focus on thanking my chair of regional, Ambassador Fatuma Ndangiza, the way he did. It was really very, very interesting. I can even say it was the most committee which was very productive in the year 4, because we have been benchmarking in the SADC, in the African Union, and it was really the first time. I really thank her for her visionary, also leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, all of these, it is also because we got a Council of Ministers that has strong listeners. Year 3 and year 4, I think in year 4, our minister were very, very close to us, mainly during the COVID-19 pandemic. They were really able to listen to us, to accept and follow our methodology of change, and even solve some problem, and end up with a good move for everybody. But I wish I can ask the Council of Ministers, this community, we need it to be integrated completely economically, but you cannot get it if you don't have really a very promising peace and security. Peace and security, if you don't have it, you cannot really get some good policy for economic integration. I said this, Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday, even if I didn't get an opportunity to say this, usually the Council of Ministers has to report every year. And for this year 4, they have been reporting on 2014, 2017, and 2021. And while for audit report, we have it every year. I think they can really increase energy and focus on reporting on a matter of peace and security, because without peace and security, we cannot really improve or go on some step which are very, very strong ahead of us. I'm telling this to you and to my colleague, Right Honorable Speaker, because now we have new members, which DRC, and you know aspect of problem we have in the eastern of Congo. And I think if we want to go far, let us put our focus first on peace and security, and then we do and build everything we have to build economically and socially. Right Honorable Speaker, I think this is the basis of economic integration for our region. And it can serve us and serve for our future, for our children and the great children. That on the speaker, let me advocate for something, and by passing through the Council of Ministers. When I have seen how our speakers are working from EALA 3, EALA 4, I think if they really take into consideration that our speaker needs to get a deputy speaker, because he is a human. He can be absent. He can be sick. He can get some overall preoccupation. These can be really very important. We have to think about that to provide a deputy speaker. By the way, it's a kind of harmonizing, because in our National Assembly, we have deputy speakers. I don't see why in EALA, we cannot get really a deputy speaker. Right, another speaker. I have in front of me EALA Women Caucus strategy plan. This reminds me, and I thank them, I thank the women of EALA. This reminds me, we used to have a magazine of EALA. And this magazine was published almost every year. I say this because now I have opportunity to teach. I'm a teacher also, a lecturer. People who want to search on matter of East Africa, on matter of EALA, they can find the publication on what the MPs are writing. This magazine was really very, very interesting, and I used to get opportunity to head it for 2 years. And I know the problem on the basis of this was, I think, the problem of money. We can really try to see for year 5 or 6 and so on, to see how people can come or can publish some articles of what we are doing, of what we do, is a way of sensitization. Hello, Speaker. I would have said many things, but you know, I got a chance. My chair chapter of Rwanda, she took the floor before me, and the different points she touched were almost my concern. And I think, by the way, I thank her. It was very interesting, and I don't have to say too much. What she said, it was almost off what the point of what I wanted to say. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, we have been assisting about one network area. If whatever we try to do in the country, even if you want to do a trade facilitation, we will not be able to do it without getting really one network area to be able to communicate through the region. When I'm in Kenya, for example, when I'm in Nairobi, to call it to Kigali is very easy. When I'm in Kampala, the same. But when I'm here, to call very hard. Or from home to call me very hard. I think the Council of Ministers can really push and look on that in such a way, really communication with the region can be very easy. Right to know the Speaker, I thank you very much. Again, I'm very proud to have been in EALA 4 while you are Speaker as a Rwandan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Mijema. The microphone. Honorable Abdikadiri, you are next, but may I request you, the Honorable Minister is leaving shortly. and he requested to come in, and immediately after him, he will follow. Honorable James Magode.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I must first of all ask for your permission to enable me plead guilty of having been absent from proceedings under you for a long time.
And you will also permit me to exercise the prerogative of mercy.
Asante sana. I had hoped that since I was already sworn in, I've been a very active participant in all the deliberations under you, and therefore would have shared many moments which would have characterized our being together. Unfortunately for me, it seems that on my coming here, I've come today, this is the second time, after you sworn me in, then I'm coming here only to be told that the assembly I'm coming to attend is already winding up. So usually goodbye sentiments are very difficult to contain. I've had occasion when I've seen even families which are close, people are breaking in tears, having to break from each other. And therefore, it's quite a misfortune for me in particular that this should have been happening. When I was once a youth, like the honorable member who was here, a young one from Tanzania, I think, Rwanda. I was once also a youth. These days, I don't know what I am. Now I'm actually called the senior, wherever I am. But in my time, in my youthful time, we were very sentimental about friendship and being together. We would spend a lot of time conversing and then escorting each other. One would escort a friend up to near her gate. Then he would also in turn escort me back. Say, let me also see you back. Then we spend the whole night escorting each other. That was okay when we were young. But right now that we are a bit old, and the fact that we are now running an institution of government, of course, we have to set sentiment aside and do the needful. I only wish to say that on my part, because I come at a very bad moment, usually you with very bad omen. And I'm hoping that members here will not take me as bad omen. Let's look around and know that there is a misfortune. Because if a vulture has not been coming every day, but it comes once, it means something has died. So the fact that I've come here today only to find that the assembly is going, people might wonder that this man must be the one responsible, and begin looking at the sky, whether you are bringing rain or rainstorm or drought or what, looking for diviners but I want to say that despite all the misfortunes that I've had, my spirit is that it's unfortunate that we are leaving each other, but this is not a funeral. This is not a day for funeral, it's a day for our being together, because the institution still goes on. Within the objects of nature, there's no particular space for things. Even in this earth here, which we inhabit, when it is in the sky there, it does not have a particular space. That is, because it's also moving all the time. And therefore things keep moving and occupying others. The most important is to occupy relations. What is the most important is relations with each other. The mere fact that others may still be going into a new EALA and others retiring, including me, including seeing you as the speaker, who's, I'm told you are leaving, it can be a misfortune for that instance. But it does not mean this is the end of the world, because wherever you'll be, the prestige you have earned here will ensure that you can still play a very important role in the next phase of things. So we can't give up whatever we have gained. I commend that, I associate myself with the sentiments expressed by many members of this House, expressing their gratitude to you, and therefore we will look forward that wherever you will be, you will still remember this House and remember the members, including me, even if I didn't come every regularly. But I will be at your call for anything that happens. It's important that this institution, which we are talking about now, is still under the task of developing an East African unity. But as we gravitate towards that, the task must be seen from the fact that it cannot be simple. It can have roads which are slippery. It can have roads which are easy. It can have other parts which are not going on very well. But the fact that we are already committed means that we are on the right path. I'm glad to hear, although I've not heard many things from here, although I've not participated in many things here, I've read some things about this House. And indeed, I'm proud to say that there are records to indicate that there are many achievements which this House has scored. And therefore, I thank the members for having breathed life into the community and wish to encourage them to go on wherever they will be. Even those who will be outside, I want to say that there are many, many things in space which can be occupied in society. Our society does not end only with this institution. Outside this institution, we still have many challenges. The other day, I had the misfortune of officiating at a function where Kenyans in Uganda were forming themselves into an organization called Kenyans in the Diaspora in Uganda. And I asked myself, diaspora in Uganda? Can you imagine having Kenyans diaspora in Uganda? That is, to me, it sounded sacrilege. But it shows you how much work we still need to do, even in the ordinary society, where we have. Because we have got to instill and build a new consciousness, a new awareness, so that people can recognize that our unity is for real. It's not so I cannot accept that Kenyans can be part of a diaspora in Uganda. In fact, I would have happy. I told them that if I had been fluent in Swahili, would have invented or coined a new word. I don't know whether the Tanzanians will help us to coin one, which describes our relationship, which is special. Our relationship as members of the community should be special. So you cannot have people calling themselves diaspora in each other's countries. You are part of the community, part of the things we are building. And therefore, it's sufficient because therefore to use these other terminologies. Maybe in Uganda already we are starting what is called teaching Swahili, even among its cabinet ministers. I've not yet participated in it either, because I've been away for some time. But others are now beginning to be fluent in Swahili. I'm hoping that sooner or later, even EALA should also be part of that program, so that those who come here should be proficient in Swahili as they live. So that in Swahili, which should become an East African language, gets developed and should not die in Uganda as it has been intimated before. That Swahili was born in Zanzibar, he grew up in Tanzania, he got old in Kenya, then he died in Uganda. And somewhere else is being buried. I think it's buried in South Sudan. So we should now say, okay, even if there's a grave there, the grave can mark a new rebirth of the Swahili. So that it should be a resurrection, and we can still do that. And this is going on. So one of the prayers I want to make to those who will come into the new house, make sure that you create us a new language describing us as East Africans. Don't call us diaspora. Let us not be diaspora in each other's countries. So I don't know what the word shuja means in Swahili. There must be a good word somewhere in local tongues which can describe our relationship. If we did so, we would be doing a good thing for all of us. I've had some comments which have been made by members about calling on the Council of Ministers to attend to a number of things. Of course, I will definitely take that up as part of my duty and function, both to my colleague minister and probably to members of the council, so that whatever is the concern of EALA should find its voice and feedback from the Council of Ministers. That can be our pledge. And this is actually part of the attitude of government of Uganda, that we fully support this assembly and the institutions of the East African community, because we are serious about realizing the unity of East Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. These young people visiting us are very orderly. I have seen them walking out, but in a group of five, you know, very organized. Yes, Honorable Abdikadir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion today. And I must say that it is a great opportunity and a day that indeed is to many of us, to almost all of us, members of this House, historic in a way. Honorable Speaker, I want to first of all take the opportunity to most sincerely thank my country, Kenya, for the opportunity that was granted to me in 2017 to come and represent and join the colleagues from East Africa, and to come and represent not only Kenya, but indeed the people of East Africa. Today, Mr. Speaker, marks my 10 years as a member of Parliament, both in the National Assembly and together with this assembly of the Regional Assembly. And I cannot overemphasize how lucky I feel to have had an opportunity to serve in this East African region Parliament. It has given me an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to work with great people, an opportunity to learn and understand the beauty of East Africa and the people of East Africa, an opportunity to be able to go to all the four corners of the East African community and to interact with the people of East Africa and to appreciate the common understanding between us as the people of East Africa. It has been a great opportunity, and I want to start my remarks, this being probably the last remark on the floor of this House before we break. I want to say, Mr. Honorable Speaker, that the EAC East African community means a lot to the people of East Africa. Probably many don't understand, but Honorable Speaker, to the people of East Africa, EAC means the next opportunity to enhance their well-being, their welfare, their trade, to grow their trade, and to grow the economies of our countries. I want to draw parallels, Honorable Speaker. In the EAC, in the European Union, which is a model only comparable to often EAC being compared to, because it's got more structures very similar to that of EAC has structures very similar to that of the European Union. Trade within the regions of the EAC, of the European Union, up to the tune of nearly 70%, it's now at 69%, is trade within the region. They only go out there for only 30% of the others that they need to trade with. But in the EAC, on the opposite, we've got a target of 25% attainment of growth of trade. And you know what growth of trade means for each and for our countries? It means an opportunity to enhance our industries, our production from our own countries. Our target is at 25%, but we are only struggling to maintain about 11, 12% of trade within the region. You see the opportunity out there. There's a huge opportunity. That means more than 80 or 90% of our trade or goods that we buy and use are being exported from external of the EAC region. Means we are importing from outside. Studies have shown, Mr. Speaker, that indeed, if only EAC will enhance the trade within this region to the tune of 40%, they will grow the GDPs of their countries significantly. Some will even double their GDPs. Honorable Speaker, I mention this because there is a need for goodwill from leadership of the EAC community. Having had this opportunity to be part of the organs that form the leadership of the EAC community, I want to emphasize here again, starting from our summit to our members of the council, we must learn to put individual country interests aside and serve the EAC interest first. It is important for all of us. It is what will grow the economy of my country to the double digits number. It is what will grow the economies of the other countries, Uganda, Tanzania, United Republic of Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, South Sudan, and now the DRC, which is joining us. Every one of our countries will be able to grow. But if we remain in that protection mode that I have seen and often seen members here and this House trying very much to break those barriers, the so-called non-tariff barriers, barriers that are put imaginary, barriers outside of the agreements. Honorable Speaker, we stand to gain, all of us. Awareness lacks in the East African region with regards to the people of EAC. If we were to go out of this building now and stop an East African of Tanzanian origin, URT origin, and ask him, do you know what EAC is? Do you know what it means to you? Even the trader out there, many of them have no clue. So I have looked at studies that were done, and the number of awareness number remains less than 10%. Now, we cannot do much if the people who we are creating this opportunity for are themselves not aware of the opportunities that this brings to them. You can't do much with this. That's why, Mheshimiwa Waziri Magode, some Kenyans are calling themselves diaspora in Uganda, and you're very right. Just because they probably have no level of awareness that they enjoy a far more bigger, they could call themselves citizens of East Africa, of Kenya origin. They need to know that they don't even need a passport I have entered Uganda before with my identity card, Kenyan identity card. I did not need a passport. And that's the method we need to emulate, all of us. We need to grow our countries so that our people can be able to integrate better. Honorable Speaker, EALA must be strengthened. I agree with my colleagues who have spoken before me. We've argued for this before. We have agitated for this before. I might be ending my term. But many of the colleagues here and others who will join you are here now to carry the baton onwards. We must empower you as the people of East Africa. And I will seek every opportunity as a senior citizen in East Africa and a person who can be able to speak on matters EAC with authority to agitate for the strengthening of this organ. This parliament was not created by accident, Honorable Speaker. This parliament was created so that it can be able to create all the necessary infrastructure, legislations, and be able to do the oversight role on the growth of the East African community. And therefore, its strengthening is very, very important. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you as our leader. We've come a long way. About a day like this, we started a journey right in this room here, in a very acrimonious, difficult situation. But you offered leadership. Indeed, for the many years that I have just said that I have served as a member of parliament, observed many leaders at work, I score you very, very highly, Mr. Speaker. And I must thank you and say that it's been a great honor to serve under you as a member of parliament, as a colleague in this house. I've learned a lot from you, one-on-one and in your style of work. Certainly that makes me feel that it has added a great value to me as a lawmaker. And now confident that any future opportunities before me in public service, I will be able to do them better because of my interactions with you individually. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really look forward to an opportunity to see you serve the people of East Africa in different capacity. Because, and I know you will. I know the good work you're doing representing us in FIFA, for example. You're doing an excellent job. Not very many people know how senior you are in FIFA, and that most of the work that is going on in the World Cup now, had it not been for the call of duty today here, you actually needed more by the international community than us here. And we must thank you for that. You represent us, you carry our image, and under you, we have worked with men and women, the staff of this community, particularly the staff of EALA, who have been of great importance to us. We thank them for the good work, beginning from the clerk we met, Mr. Madete, Mr. Obatre, who is now our clerk, Mr. Kadonya, who served with us as a clerk also one time, Mr. Mutega, who is there now, and the many other colleagues, clerks who are here. I cannot list all of them. And the other staff of EALA. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it's been a great opportunity to serve with this. This team have made work easy for us as members of parliament. They have worked with professionalism and they have learned a lot from your leadership and have demonstrated good work for this community. Mr. Speaker, on the same note, let me also thank colleagues in the East African community, particularly colleagues in the Secretariat. I worked as the chair of the General Purpose Committee, Mr. Speaker, and often we will have very heated debates and discussions and negotiations, extremely difficult. I remember one time, and Honorable George Odongo was with me, we sat up to almost past midnight after a day-long debate in Nairobi, when we were sitting our sessions in Nairobi with the Waziri then, the late Kevijinja. The Muzee sat in Parliament until 9 p.m. because the sitting was extended. And we had to go and break a deadlock and negotiation with the Secretariat and the Council. And he sat with us past midnight. This, I can only say, Honorable Speaker, interacting with them, the Secretary Generals, both the previous and current Secretary General, and I must commend the staff of the East African Community Secretariat. Indeed, I have seen even the records of accountability and openness becoming better and better and better each day. We must commend them for making that journey and for bringing us that far. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how to thank my colleagues. These guys, men and women, honorable men and women who I have served with for the last 5 years, have truly been an inspiration to me individually, personally. Some of them, the bond that I have created with them is likely to be a bond of life as friendship and peers who will be exchanging notes for as long as God keeps us alive. And hopefully live to our old age and be able to serve in the people of East Africa. Honorable colleagues, I thank you. You have supported me individually and this House and the achievement of the purpose for which we were sent for, together as comrades, as your chair, as colleagues with you in various committees, as a member in this House, in various committees, in the travels we have made together. Many a times I have seen individual members go out of your way to help each other and to help myself too. And I thank you very much. I really look forward. For those of you who are staying on, please, you carry with you what is called the institutional memory of this House. Next week, Tuesday, you will have a session here, minus our speaker here, minus many of us, like Honorable Bide and Susan. Those experienced members of parliament will not be here with you. Honorable, my sister Oda will not be here with you, and the many others who I have not mentioned. Many of the others who will walk in here are people who are walking into this House for the first time, with no clue about procedures, with no clue about how issues work in the East African community. I want to wish you well as you begin on that journey and say to you that now the people of East Africa are looking up to you. And I must say, even as we leave you here to carry on for work for ourselves, I want to quote the words of one senior politician, the late Martin Shikuku in Kenya. From Tuesday next week, we will call you the sitting members of the 5th EALA, the sitting members of the East African Parliamentary Assembly. But I want you to know that some of us will be out there as the standing members of the Assembly, meaning that we will look up to you. We will be there for you for guidance. We'll be able, sometimes don't even be surprised that we throw a few things at you, and tell you, hey, just for a wake-up call, if need arises, or so be. Certainly, some of the people here have now gained experience for many years. I have colleagues here who have been in this House for 10 years. Certainly, you cannot underestimate their experience and the role and the value they can be added to the future houses that are supposed to be here. That brings me to the point and the need, Honorable Speaker, to make use of former members of EALA. And I am not saying that because I am walking away as a former member of EALA from tomorrow onwards. No. There are many colleagues who I have met out there. And during my time of service as a member of EALA, often I found myself getting a lot of help by walking to them and gaining a lot of insights on EALA. Whether I'm in Uganda, whether I am in Kigali, whether I'm in Nairobi, I have never failed to consult members, former members of the East African Legislative Assembly. They are colleagues who carry a lot of experience. In our partner states, Mr. Speaker, former members of parliament form a very important caucus or forum that often is able to even have a lot of input into policy decisions in the country, give a write-up, give a commendation, issues to the shaping up of the future of the community. And also, don't throw former members of parliament of EALA away. In case any one of them walks through that gate in Kenya, my car will enjoy, till this now, the sticker and free access, unlimited access to the presence of parliament and to the office of the speaker and to intermingling with my colleagues as well. These are innovative opportunities that we need to bring on board so that some of us, when we are in Arusha, we can come and have a cup of coffee and tea with you here. We can be able to exchange great ideas. I'm not saying this to plead for myself. I'm saying this because every one of you here, even if you are starting the journey for EALA 5 tomorrow, someday you will also be a former member of the East African Legislative Assembly, and you will have a lot to add to this community. Mr. Speaker, let me just say that indeed it's been an honor. It's been a great pleasure to serve the people of East Africa, and I look forward to an opportunity to be able to serve them again and to be able to interact with each and every one of you. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abdikadir. I promised earlier that I will not be asking you to sum up, but maybe we can speak faster. Yes, we can still achieve the same purpose at the same time. Honorable Francoise, Honorable Mbide, Honorable Susan, Honorable Fatuma, Honorable Odongo, Honorable Kennedy. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I beg your indulgence, I have got some flu, but I'll try to be quick. I don't know if we still have the young leaders up there, because I wanted to welcome them and congratulate them and wish them the best of luck in their future. We have come to the end of our duties, our tour of duties of the Fourth Assembly. With much gratitude, allow me to appreciate the resilient way you tirelessly and also peacefully handled all the issues, especially at the beginning of our tenure, which was not really easy, whether in this house or outside, but the smooth way you made it is really appreciative. In fact, you have been so professional, as it was mentioned by the previous speakers, and let me take this opportunity to congratulate you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I also thank my voters and my country for the first opportunity and the second one, I'm just humbled to be expressing my gratitude here, and also allow me to recall some few events, like the first mission under nomination I attended. That was early March 2018. The Interparliamentary Union, it was 138. We were together with you. We were safe and comfortable to be with our speaker there, but it was the very first challenging mission. Since we were not used to go outside, let me say outside Africa. But I recall that the team was strong. It had been a good experience. And we were told that as REX, we were not allowed to, to participate a lot, because national parliaments are supposed to be the ones bringing their ideas together. So I learned that maybe we can suggest that also REX should also give their contribution and this be captured, because we are the communities that we help national parliaments also to grow. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to share another experience I really liked. That one was, I passed like 3 sessions without talking, just listening and writing down the good statements of experienced members, since I have never been a member of parliament for the national parliament. So this has been the best school ever, I can say, because first and foremost, English is not my background. So I learned a lot from you, honorable members, English speakers, and the best terminologies you have been using. Now I'm able to record them and to repeat. So I thank you very, very well. Yeah. Again, also, it's with a great opportunity that I thank everyone who stood firm to make the work of this assembly a success. You particularly, Mr. Speaker, and also allow me to bring in some members that have been supportive to me by supporting the work of the assembly. Those members, namely, under EALA committee, this is the Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources Committee. Honorable Kasamba, I can't miss to recall his name. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Under this committee, I also thank Honorable Mary Mugenyi that brought the very first trust to me by asking me to second a motion on tourism. And then under GP, I thank the chairperson. I don't know if he's still around, energetic and dynamic, the way he has been pushing things. So, and the first chairperson, Honorable Abdikadir, and the rigors and the privileges, I worked with the Honorable Mukuria, the chair of chairs, because sometimes he was leading 2 committees. I take also this opportunity to thank. I also thank Honorable Dr. Anne Ito for having seconded, one of my motions, and the Honorable Dr. Wada for the trust to also asking me to second one of her motions. These things bring, confidence and also help you to work hard and also to grow, because they bring, trust, and I also appreciate. I can't just wind up without thanking the staff who contributed to this. The Rigo draftsman, Mr. Kibilige, I worked very hard to make this work possible. The principal research officer, Dr. Anatole, also, the clerk's office, without elaborating the names, but since I mentioned the IPU, let me also acknowledge the work of Elizabeth Barinda, the one who left and now with the triplets. And then the janitors have been supportive. Those one, Amy and others, they have been supportive. Also, I acknowledge the work of the council, not last, the work of the council, but as prior mentioned, the council should make more efforts to consider the recommendations and resolutions of the House. It's very important that you work as a team, but you also push for the acceleration of the agenda of integration. As I wind up, the handover that is meant was supposed to come this afternoon, the handover of the unfinished work of the assembly is paramount, Mr. Speaker, because some of us members of EALA 4 that is ending, we have got some work, and we would like our work to continue, and we are here. We are ready to continue. So it's very important that this work is given a way to continue. Allow me to mention some to make sure, like my motion on women and youth in trade, it has been on the other paper, and it has to be a continuity, and also a bill I initiated and now in the hands of GP committee, and the bill of livestock, Honorable Dr. Wada, the bill with people with disabilities, Honorable Bahati just mentioned a few. So it's very important that you have this as a continuity. They should be given special attention. Without repeating what Honorable Rosa Cole brought to us about autonomy of EALA. We're supposed to have this EALA, free, having autonomy. So I think we should also make sure this is supported. It's unfortunate that it could not be done under your leadership, strong leadership, but I hope you will continue to help even after it has done. Last but not least, we hope that we will keep in touch in a way or another to continue to take advantage of your wisdom and also guidance, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Francois. Honorable Mbide.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, the council. First of all, permit me to thank the Almighty God, without whose effort we would not be here, and without whose effort we definitely would not be happily going where we are going. Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, I am a very happy man. I have concluded my tour of duty. I have even been given, by way of accolade, by Karibu East Africa as one of the best legislators in the region. Right Honorable Speaker, the Nigerians say that when a lizard falls from a very high tree and falls on the ground without anybody praising it, it will shake its head in praise of its own self. So I can tell you that the lizard psychology moves along with me. In the event that nobody does, so I do it. And I believe in what I do in most cases. Honorable Speaker, that does not mean we have not been wanting at certain stages. Clearly, perfection does not refer to us because we are mortals. We have been those that are imperfect somewhere and perfect elsewhere. And clearly, where perfection is guaranteed, we have done it to the very best. I remember when I was still a student leader at Makerere University, I had because as a student, as a guild president, I had my single room. So at the Hall of Residence, which was called of course, popularly known as Northcote, but it was in Sibilwa during our time. It was a military hall of residence. So they used to refer to my lane as the presidential corridor. Now, opposite my room was a colleague whose room was extremely untidy, very dirty, to the extent that you would enter his room and the socks would be oozing everywhere, including into saucepans, but he had a placard pinned somewhere, reading, "Forgive me if you find my room a mess. This is not how it is always. Sometimes it is even worse." Now, please, I carry the same sentiment. Forgive me where I have gone wrong. This is not how I do things always. Sometimes I even do worse stuff. So kindly forgive me where I have gone wrong, but applaud me where I have gone right. Because clearly, that is the objective reasons that made it a logical necessity for me to come here. Right Honorable Speaker, not all goodbyes are bad. No. For example, when you are saying goodbye to a prison, it is not really very bad. As a student activist and as a political activist, I have faced prison cells. I have been there. I have been a very active inmate. But each time we are saying goodbye, I think that would be a very happy moment. Now, this kind of goodbye is not the happiest. First of all, it is in contemplation. It is prognostic of a better future. But at the same time, of course, you are going to miss a few people. Now, of course, I can guarantee that we cannot miss everybody. But Right Honorable Speaker, that is about me. I speak frankly. I hope you have understood the kind of character that I am. And that is the kind of person. It is not true. There are people who actually give happiness whenever they go. But there are people who also give happiness wherever they go. Now, it does not matter. Kindly describe yourself before anybody else does. So in the context, both apply to me. Right Honorable Speaker, you know, I have been reading, I read some works. They are called the skeptic readings by Plato. And Plato espouses what he calls the doxa philosophy. Now, this philosophy is extremely important. It describes the manner in which most leaders conduct themselves. It brings out 4 scenarios. The first scenario is who you are exactly. Sometimes the 4 scenarios may not even apply correctly in terms of the reasoning of the one being described. The question of who you are. Then the second one is who you think you are. The two might not be in tandem and may not apply correctly, depending on the circumstances that apply at the time. So, who are you? But at the same time, who do you think you are? Then the third one is what others think you are. Then the final one is what you think others think that you are. Sometimes, of course, this has caused Right Honorable Speaker. It has interpreted the conduct of several persons and individuals in the world. Somebody conducts himself in such a way that he really feels if he departs, the world is going to be very uncomfortable for those he's going to leave. While actually, They are just waiting on the date he totally departs. That is why, of course, we know, and we definitely thank God that he has been an active participant in terms of amending the limitations of persons to exist where they have been. He has been very active. He has solved a lot of problems in the world because certain persons do not know, referring to the doxa philosophy, when they must leave so that others would come. Right Honorable Speaker, I have been in this assembly. I have watched the assembly. There are two types of persons that have been in this assembly, and they were also described by Plato. The skeptics, those that disbelieve even a popular opinion. I don't know whether I belong there. That it has not been obvious thinking that I will support some opinion, majorly because it is popular or unpopular. There are those that are like me, that we need to be convinced for purposes that we can go a certain direction. I thought that is where I belong, but you know where. But there are those that he calls the Stoics, those that can endure even extreme hardship. Those are proper diplomats. I do not follow there. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you that for me, when I look at you, that is where you fall. You can endure hardship to the extent that people might even count you as a part of the cause of the hardship itself. Right Honorable Speaker. That is a virtue that personally I don't have. I have tried to get closer to that, but I think I have taken on around 40% of that kind of talent. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you. We have gone through a lot as an assembly, to the extent that we didn't know that you were even part of the suffering masses. Until, of course, we discovered finally that for you, that is how you are. There are persons that are actually combative, extremely cataclysmic, in the event that if there is a problem, you just look at their faces and conduct to know that there is a solution they need. I think, I don't think somebody can survive that description. Honorable Dong here and Honorable Mary can follow under your, in my opinion, and that is my personal view, and of course, the whole chapter, where you come from, they know how to handle hardship and keep quiet. Thank you, because me, I don't know how to do that. Thank you very much. I have learned a lot. It is something that anybody must adhere to. Now, I am sorry, those who wanted me to have behaved in a different manner, it is too late now. What I have been is what I can afford. And I am going to miss a lot of people. I cannot enumerate them. Some are members of staff. Others, I have missed them as a target. So right, our speaker. So this is something that I would like to request in this assembly.
You shoot after you aim.
Yes, our speaker. Finally, I have loved my life here. It is extremely intriguing. When I was coming to the assembly for the first time, I thought it was a furtherance of my political activism. I have spent 10 years without mentioning the two letters of my political party, DP. I have not seen where I would mention it from. I have not seen it. And I can tell you it has been a learning experience. However, it is also a challenge to the extent that those that think that they sent you as a champion of activism, they might turn around and begin to think that probably you have become the result of compromise because they didn't find you doing what they expected you to do. But clearly, it is because when you come here, you are faced with intellectualism. The questions of the day are completely different. Completely different, to the extent that it does not even matter who leads which country. What matters is whether one country obtains this and that through the interoperability of cooperation. Now, these are things that we need to teach a little more. Council of Ministers, you need to do a lot of work because we need a lot of further recruitment for the community, particularly for the assembly. To date, I have not seen, you know, we were used to getting copies of the Hansard for personal correction. I have taken long without seeing one. Now, yesterday I used the word bantigism, and the clerk wrote 3 words asking me which of the 3 I meant, and clearly none of them was what I meant. Now that means probably, and we will not have an occasion right now, Speaker, to correct the Hansard for our own selves, because we know better what we say. I hope we shall not be misrepresented tomorrow, that we say the things that we did not say. Why do I say so? They are words that are completely antagonistic. When you say gay, for example, it may mean 2 different things. Gay means you are very happy, you are very excited, but there are times when it means an address, a different address of sexual intercourse. So in my opinion, if you use a word of that nature, right, Honorable Speaker, and forgive my directness, as an advocate, we are trained to speak frankly, but forgive me where I have gone wrong in the circumstances. We don't want to be misrepresented. And I think that needs to be arranged, right, Honorable Speaker. That's why I think Council needs to do a little more in terms of finalizing recruitment. Finally, right, Honorable Speaker, we are leaving this assembly. One thing I have faced, I have been a member of the 3rd and the 4th assembly, but I have seen some uniformity. There has always been a problem in terms of how they handle election of their own leaders. Now, nobody is talking about it here, yet you are heading for one. Try consensus. For me, that is my advice. Try it, because winning is very nice, but it's very, very expensive for you to lead under that win. And you know, we are going to be absent. So probably you need consensus more than you needed it any other time. Right, Honorable Speaker, and since the minister is here, Honorable Minister, when the treaty talks of rotation to a country is something very, very huge. It requires a lot of your input. Do your job, Honorable Minister, because you are ex-official members here, but you have got some other capacities. Try. If you can't agree on a lot of things, then where the community expects you to agree, we would actually be telling people that we have a very great sense of humor. If we can't agree here, but we think we shall agree anywhere else. Right, Honorable Speaker, permit me, finally, honorable members, to say a very good bye to this assembly. I will never return here as a member of this assembly because the treaty stops me and I will guard that provision. I would like, because I have been a bit useless during the final term, that is the term where you feel whatever you can do, you have really done it. I will give you one final example. When I was there, and I think some of my colleagues here remember, but the University Council chose to implement it, that no male or female, no opposite sex is allowed in a hall of residence beyond 9 o'clock. Now that was going to be enforced. Trying to argue the provision. And I remember very correctly, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Efedo Opio, who was a very comical character, but he was very brainy, with a lot of dexterity and finesse in his reasoning. He told me, what are you trying to say, Mr. President? I said the students would wish at least extend the time limitation to midnight. But 9 o'clock, even when we are, because of course we would not espouse the ulterior motive. We would always espouse the motive of discussions and what. The professor told me, Mr. Mbite, Mr. Guild President, what you cannot achieve, tell your colleagues that what you cannot achieve by 9 o'clock, even by midnight, you will not have achieved it. So, right, Honorable Speaker, in the same vein, what you cannot achieve in 2 terms, even in 3, you can never achieve. I thank God I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you, honorable members, for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bide. Honorable Susan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, honorable colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty God for the gift of life. I know there are colleagues of ours who would have been here with us today, but it was not possible. I remember in EALA 3, we lost a colleague, Honorable Hafsa Mosi. May her soul rest in peace. In EALA 4, we lost our colleague, Honorable Matthias Kasamba. We lost former members of council, Honorable Kive Jinja. Really, we have all reasons to be grateful for at a time like this. Honorable Speaker, allow me to also thank my country, Uganda, which saw me worthy to represent the country in this August House. And also a special thanks to my constituency, the Parliament of Uganda, who allowed to give me the 2 consecutive terms to serve in this House. And also a special thanks to my president, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for his Pan-Africanism and for his love for the East African community, because there's no single time he addresses the public without making reference to the East African community and the need for integration. Right Honorable Speaker, also in a special way, I would like to thank you for steering this August House. It's not easy at all to lead politicians. Politicians will always have divergent views on everything, save for one, welfare. So I thank you. You've done what you had to do. And thank God, we've come this far. And also allow me to say a special thank you to my former speaker in absentia, Right Honorable Margaret Ziwa. She was a role model to me. She taught me about a lot of procedures and processes of this assembly when I joined this assembly in 2012. And also allowed me to appreciate the Council of Ministers. You've really helped this House. You facilitated us to do our work. Of course, we've had some challenges, but nonetheless, we've been able to work together for the good of the East African community. Honorable Speaker, allow me to note, in my 10 years in EALA, I've seen members of council become EALA members. That's a testament of how things can change. But I've also seen EALA members becoming council members. And in both instances, when I had an interaction with those 2 groups, they all had some regrets. They all wished they had done more. And that's my plea to council. Let council do everything they can do in their power when they still have chance to do so. Right Honorable Speaker, in a special way, allow me to also thank my colleagues, the EALA members that I've served with. Honestly speaking, you've all been great comrades. We've worked together as a team, and I'll miss so many of you, the heavy brains here. Honorable Aden, I'll greatly miss you. My young brother, Honorable Eugene Cloud, he's very smart, by the way. I wish he could be in the 5th EALA. The Women's Caucus, you've been a great support team. I've had a great chance to serve with former prime ministers like my one and only friend from EALA 3, Right Honorable Dr. Rijema. I've had a great opportunity to serve with former ministers, Honorable Mary, Honorable Cole, Honorable Oda. We've worked well. I've worked with great legislators, former MPs. Actually, this house has been full of brains. I can't mention everyone, but I'll miss all of you, my chair of accounts. Really, I wish, I'm not like Honorable Mbide. I wish that treaty was more open because I'm not ready yet to say my goodbyes. But you never know, when I have my time with my president, I wish we could do our things the Ugandan style. I will definitely be back in whichever form. And Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank our dear staff. The staff of EALA especially. You've been excellent in all ways. This staff, they have been readily available anytime you would call on them. Even if you call at midnight, they can pick their calls. A special thanks to our former clerk, Mr. Kadonya. He's been so hardworking. He paid attention to all council directives. I've never seen somebody so passionate about council directives like him, but we really appreciate all those in the clerk's departments, Mr. Tugume, Manzi, Wimile, and all our clerk assistants. You've all done a great job. And to our temporary staff, despite the circumstances under which they've been working, they have worked diligently. So I have reason to appreciate them. Allow me in a special way, Right Honorable Speaker, to also thank the leaders in all institutions and organs of EAC. Because we've not worked independently as a EALA, we've worked with them. I know in Accounts Committee, we've been regularly calling on them. In the budget committees, we've been regularly calling them, and they've been readily available to us every time we needed them. Unlike my colleagues, I want to thank the Fourth Estate, the media. You've really given us the visibility we needed. Anytime in Arusha, when we are in session, we don't have to announce to anyone back home that we are in Arusha. They just pick it because the media is already sending out the information and all the activities of the assembly. So you've done a good job in sensitizing actually the people of East Africa on the proceedings of the assembly. Jingo Francis, a special thank you. You've done your job and done it diligently. And our transporters, Hassan and the team, they have also been very good to us and we appreciate them. Allow me to add my voice also in welcoming the students of St. Lawrence. Actually, one of our own, Aida Nakabugo, has gone through that very school. So we thank them for giving her that grounded training. And I would want to congratulate my colleagues who managed to make it back to EALA 5. There has never been an easy election. And for all of you who made it, you just know what it took you to get back here. So we thank God for you and for that opportunity you've had to serve once again. It has been an honor and great opportunity for me to serve the people of East Africa for the past 10 years. I've been here since 2012. Like Honorable Jean Claude, I joined EALA 3 when I was 27. And I'm leaving after 10 years. So I'm really grateful, though I didn't know that 10 years could be so short like this. I can't believe 10 years have passed. It feels like yesterday, but they're gone. During my stay, I've served in 4 committees. I've served in the Committee of General Purpose. I've served in the Committee of Accounts. I've served in the Committee of Agriculture. I've served in the Committee of Legal Rules and Discipline. I've also been lucky enough to serve in the Commission. But most importantly, I also served as Speaker of EALA for 2 days when I was addressed as Right Honorable Susan Nakauchi. And when I sat in that chair, I actually felt like the Holy Spirit was descending on me. And now I see the reason why that chair cannot just go by consensus. It has to be fought for. That's my differing opinion from Honorable Mbide. Because that chair is not ordinary. So we need to put our best in there. We have to put somebody who is going to fight for the integrity of this assembly. Honorable members, this is my advice. You have to fight for your space because no one is going to fight for you. And I would request council to seriously consider, I think it's Article 14(3)(c) of the treaty, and allow the assembly to do its work. The assembly only complements the council. They do the oversight function where you're not able to do it because you're abnormally busy. That's why many times you can never have this front bench fully constituted. Because of the huge budget you're carrying, let the assembly do the work where you're not able to do it. Right Honorable Speaker, together as an assembly, we've managed to pull off a lot of work. Most importantly, we've widened, we've deepened, and we've tightened the integration. So the fifth EALA is going to take it on from there. I know times like this, when we are bidding each other farewell, are not the easiest. Actually, it's very emotional. Not many of us can take it. I would have expected us to be 54 members of EALA here, but there are those ones who cannot take it. And there are some of us who can try to take it. But the truth is, it's very emotional because we've been like a family. And now we are parting ways, going to different places. But I know for sure, Arusha has been a home away from home. And it will remain as such. Some of us will be frequent visitors. We'll be checking on you constantly. Today is not a goodbye to me, but it's an opportunity for me to welcome my next adventure. I'm not retiring soon. I'm still around. I'm still having a lot of energy to serve in other capacities, and I will still do that. Honorable Speaker, EALA has been a great family and a support system for me, and I've gained a wealth of knowledge from EALA. In fact, it's because of EALA that I've managed to polish my Kiswahili. Yes, I've been mwanafunzi wa Kiswahili for a while, and when you meet me in the corridor, you prove what I'm saying, because I'll be able to unleash some of it. And if it was Honorable Mbide speaking, he would say he would adumbrate more in Kiswahili. We've moved across the region. Right now, I can confidently talk about the entire East Africa. We've been to South Sudan, we've been to Kigali, we've been to Bujumbura, we've been to Kampala, we've been to Kenya, we've been to Dar es Salaam, Dodoma. So I can now talk authoritatively about the East African region. And I know we shall be crossing paths all the time within the region. Right Honorable Speaker, I know I've not been a saint, But for those have wronged, it has not been deliberate, but it has also just been a misunderstanding of my method of work. But I do sincerely apologize. During our time in EALA, we've had our good times, but we've also had our challenges. I'm glad we've gotten over our challenges and we are leaving this place as brothers and sisters, and I pray that we remain as such. As EALA 4, we fulfilled our treaty mandate given to us under Article 49.1 and 49.2. We performed our legislative and oversight functions. We are now passing on the mantle to EALA 5, like a relay for those ones who followed Olympics or those ones who've done athletics. When you're running a relay, if you don't pass that stick to somebody else, however fast you are, you don't win the race. So we've done our share of that relay, and now we are passing on that stick to EALA 5. Please do us proud. I know as EALA 5, you have a big task ahead, but I know you're up to that task because you're serious legislators. And to our colleagues who are exiting, like me, just know this is not the end of the road. You're just beginning a new journey. So don't give up, don't be dismayed. There is always room at the top. You never know, you could see you here as members of council. And I trust someone cannot be a better council member than a member who has been through EALA, and you know the reasons why. For others, like our colleague, Honorable Mbide, who is a vice president of the party, you never know. He also has the potential to come here as a member of Summit, but just be a little more patient. Honorable Speaker, the most painful thing is that tomorrow I'm going to become a stranger to this assembly. That one is very painful. And now I have to book space in the gallery. I've always detested that gallery. I didn't want to go there. But now it has caught up with me. But I will take it as it comes. And as I wind up, I would like to point out a few things that I would like council to address and consider urgently. Number one, when I joined EALA in 2012, I found the community grappling with the issue of funding. 10 years down the road, I'm leaving EALA grappling with the issue of funding, to the extent that we are not even sure whether the 5th EALA is going to be able to swear in, and the issue is funding. Our dear council members, it's high time you urgently addressed this matter once and for all. We spent a lot of money on consultancies and they have done their part, but we don't see results. This is very urgent. 2, since I joined the assembly, there's been an issue of facilitation of new mothers. We have young legislators who are still in that category. But for a member to have a child in EALA, it's like bearing a cross, because this region regional organization cannot afford to even facilitate a new mother. I'm expected to fly from Kampala to come and work and leave my baby behind. It's very shameful. Let's lead by example, Council. This policy that Council has been talking about for the last 7 years to facilitate mothers has not seen the light of the day. It's disappointing. And I'm living the same way without Council having to do something about this. It's high time we looked into it. The members with disability, Chair Council, even today, their aides have not received their emoluments. How do we expect our members with disability, because the treaty is very categorical, they have to be represented in the assembly, but they have aides who cannot be facilitated without a salary? Do you know that we stand actually to lose much more than those salaries when these people go to court to claim for what is rightfully theirs? It's very embarrassing. And with your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like Council to also look into the issue of the single area network. We can't boast of being the fastest growing regional economic bloc. When I am in Tanzania, I cannot call Uganda at low rates. I have to pay much more like an international call. In fact, I spend more calling from Tanzania to Uganda than calling from Uganda to the United States. Council had made commitments. Actually, we had been promised in 2018 that the United Republic of Tanzania was going to join the single area network. Up to today, it has not happened. Please follow it up. And I would also like to request Council to absorb the temporary staff that we have in the community. These people have served diligently for so many years. In this process of recruitment, let's absorb them. Let's take them on. Let's also allow our staff to grow within the structures. When we are recruiting, let's first give them first priority. At least let's reward them for their good work. Evaluate their performance. If you find them wanting, don't advertise outside. You're even spending too much money where it's not necessary. When we have the capacity here, and then we start training people. I beg for your indulgence, Council Chair. In any institution, people grow within the structure. And also I'd like to request sincerely for Council to consider the issue of autonomy of the Assembly. As Council, you already pronounced yourselves on this. Now you must show accountability on the implementation of your own decisions. Because if Council is not able to implement their own decisions, how are we going to hold others accountable in implementing Council decisions? Let Council lead the way and others will be able to follow. Just two more things that I would like Council to also consider seriously is the free movement of East Africans within the region. Yesterday when we met the young leaders, the youth from the region, like now the team from Uganda, they informed us they go to the border, they had just come with their national IDs because they were confident there's free movement within the region. They didn't have passports, only to be told that that can only be done between Uganda and Kenya and Rwanda. But if you're coming to Tanzania or you're going to Bujumbura, it cannot work. And really, I felt a cold chill going through my spine. I will implore Council to please engage the partner states that are not yet on board to allow East Africans to be able to move just with their national IDs, because it's enough to identify them. And also to make sure that we remove all the barriers to trade that are currently existing in the region. And as I conclude, I'd like to say that this is not a goodbye from me. It is just a see you soon. But nonetheless, I'll miss all of you. Asante sana. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Susan. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It's not easy to say a lot on a day like this one when we are bidding farewell to each other as we come to the end of our tour in the Fourth Assembly. I want to start by thanking my country, the Republic of Rwanda, for giving me the opportunity to serve in the Fourth Assembly and now the Fifth Assembly. It's been a great honor for me to learn from all of you. Indeed, it's been a journey, as this was the first time to be a legislator. All my prior experience I've been working with the executive, and I'm happy that today I'm sitting where I sat in 2018 when we started the assembly, near Honorable Susan and Honorable Mbide. And by that time we were passing the bill on EAC oath bill, the EAC oath bill, the first ever bill of the assembly that was passed by the fourth EALA, when I was also the chairperson of the Committee of Legal Rules and Privileges. And I'm happy that it was also a learning moment for me, especially chairing and sitting with people who are learned in laws and also politicians when you've don't have experience in legal matters. But for me, I thought that was an opportunity. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all the committees where I served and where I had an opportunity to chair, because as we know in committees, this is where most of the work of the assembly is done. The Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges and also the Committee on Regional Affairs. These have been very great committees for me. And I also want to thank our staff who have been working tirelessly, Mr. Wimile and Susan, Mr. Victor, and also Susan for Regional Affairs. They are very passionate with their work and they've dedicated, but also to all the staff. And in fact, because we also have the EALA Women Caucus, and I hope honorable members, you all stay behind so that the strategic plan is launched. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the two staff who have been very committed, Ms. Olivia and Elizabeth. They've been very supportive to the work of the caucus. Honorable members, EALA 4 has done a lot, and I know this has been able because of the able leadership of our Speaker, Right Honorable Ngoga. We congratulate you. We are proud of you. And you've really mentored many in the process because of your caliber and qualities of leadership. Your professionalism, the way you humble. As members, you are saying anytime, whether it's in the night, whether you are away from the Arusha, anytime one looks for you either on phone or SMS, so you always respond in time. And you've been very supportive because there are times when you need the intervention of the Speaker, and he's been there for all of us. In tough times and good times, I think you've been a rock that the Assembly has been able to lean on. I also want to thank all the members. We've built friendships. EALA has been a family to all of us. In good times and bad times, we are there for each other. And listening to Honorable Abdikadir, I don't imagine Fifth EALA without Honorable Abdikadir. Honorable Susan, Honorable Mbide, there are people really, and of course my namesake, Honorable Fatuma with her Shuma and wisdom, but we know they are still part of the wider EALA family, and wherever you will be, we shall look for you to keep on supporting us. We wish you all the best. We know you are assets to your country. We hope one day the Republic of Kenya will honorable members who are living, and of course, my sister, Honorable Oda. We shall miss you so much, but we know at home it's easy to get you. So I don't want to go into names, but really it's been a family. We've bonded. There are lessons learned, and I hope the council will pick it up. The on-spot assessment for me was a great initiative by this assembly. I hope we can also have it as we start the 5th year tour of duty. And this time, if the council can also join us, so that they can also have an opportunity to engage with the community. The issue of accountability, I think it's something that this assembly has worked on so hard, especially with the accounts committee. And I think it's something we can continue with. The issue of strengthening and making sure that monetary union is delivered is something we can also focus on. But there has been a challenge of implementation of assembly resolution, but also council resolutions. I hope the council can look into that. And finally, the issue of sensitization for our citizens, because EALA is the voice for the people, but many people don't know about this great community. So with those words, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you once again. It's been a great moment for all of us. We shall keep in touch with our brothers and sisters who are living, and we can with confidence say that EALA 5 will build on the great achievements that you have worked on. And finally, I know whatever we do, let's put gender equality and women empowerment at the heart of integration. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Fatuma. Honorable Odongo.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to right away thank you for this opportunity for me to make my statement as we celebrate the 5 years of our term here in EALA. What an extraordinary moment, and boy, have I enjoyed the submissions this evening, and maybe because I am among the few last people, I have had the opportunity to listen to all the beautiful statements that have come from each one of us to celebrate the 5 years that we have been here together, the impact that we have had for the community. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I think that by way of acknowledging the great work that all of us have done, and particularly to those that are bidding farewell to the Assembly, we need to introduce a Hall of Fame. These chambers of ours has places where we are able to hang the pictures of those who have served in this Assembly. And Right Honorable Speaker, it is a practice in other jurisdictions that pictures of those who have served before are put together and they find a place somewhere within the presence of Parliament so that it serves to remind posterity of their great service. Right Honorable Speaker, I can see that members of Summit are given that opportunity, but I also see that a great space within this building is being given to former secretaries general and so on and so forth. So I think it's not a bad idea if we introduced that for purposes of our memories for the great work that our colleagues, ourselves are doing for the community. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am a student of African liberation struggles. And when I joined this assembly, I was greatly inspired by the works of the African revolutionaries who invested a great deal of their life to see that we as Africans identify our full potential and exploit it, and that we try as much as possible to get rid of colonialism and all its vestiges. So I came to EALA inspired greatly by that work, and I knew that this place would then be a crucible where there is a melting of ideas that would advance our regional integration and would advance our Pan-African agenda. And indeed, I have enjoyed the 5 years that I've been here. And I must admit that every single day has been part of the learning curve. And 5 years down the road, I am a much better person in terms of my understanding of the complexities of the reflexes of our different communities. And I take this to the Fifth Assembly, where I have been privileged to again being mandated by my country. And let me take this single opportunity to thank my country, my members of parliament from Uganda, for having the confidence in me to come and be part of EALA 5. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, Noah Hariri wrote a book. That book is called Sapiens, A History of Mankind. Yuval Hariri is a very deep thinker, he's a deep philosopher, and he has spent some time writing about humankind. And there is a concept that he calls imagined realities. Imagined realities is where people begin to make and behave in a certain pattern because they have been conditioned by some imaginary situation and they sustain it for a long time. Right Honorable Speaker, this maybe speaks a great deal to the challenges that we face as East African community and largely by the African continent, that we still believe that we are different because of the different names that were given to the places that we come from. So we carry the baggage of such very narrow identities, and that undermines our sense of identity as Africans who have a common destiny. It sometimes would play out in this house, but over the years, I think we are beginning to get rid of those boundaries. And I've seen that in the last 5 years, because of Right Honorable, your consistent reminder that yes, we are elected as members in our respective states, but this house is a representation of East Africa. And while we represent our partner states, we must do it within the context of furthering the East African community integration. Right Honorable Speaker, that statement is as relevant then as it is today, and it will be tomorrow. That we carry with us our differences, our different contexts, but once we are here in this parliament, we broaden our context and we begin to act as East Africans. I want to thank you, members, that over time, we have been able to embrace our East Africanness, and that has seen us surmount some of the very difficult circumstances that we found ourselves into, we were able to rise above those narrow and petty differences, and we began to see the big picture. And I hope that wherever we go, we can carry that. And indeed, to those of you whose term has come to an end, please know that you are our ambassadors out there, and speak for this assembly, but also speak for the East African community. Right Honorable Speaker, this is specifically to you, because there is a saying that me as a Christian, I am told that you can't be Jesus if you have not carried the cross. If you're Jesus who didn't carry the cross, you affect Jesus. And you know how heavy that cross that Jesus carried. And it came with it a huge price. They even kept beating him along the way. Right Honorable Speaker, this house has gone through trials and tribulations. This house has gone through its own turbulence. But one thing that has remained consistent throughout the time that we have been here in this assembly is the manner and the character with which you have carried yourself, that has consistently brought sanity to this house, irrespective of our circumstances. And I think this is something that we appreciate, I personally appreciate, and this will take you places, Right Honorable Speaker. It's good to tell somebody when he's still alive, and it's good to celebrate people when they are still alive. We are good at telling good stories only when people are being buried. And we tell them all the beautiful things when they are already in a place where they can't listen. Right Honorable Speaker, I know that this house has encountered lots and lots of challenges. But indeed, as the saying is, that no friction, no traction. There can only be forward traction when there is friction, because friction is a moment of reflection. For human beings, we live in an environment of constant contradictions because our context keeps changing. Our interests, keep being impacted by different events. But what remains consistent is the permanency of our human interests. And that should be what informs whatever we do. And I want to thank you, members, that in spite of all those challenges, we have remained human to one another, and we have maintained a spirit of comradeship. When you come to this assembly, Right Honorable Speaker, I have come to learn from a very powerful book, which is almost like cliche to many people, The 7 Habits of Highly Successful People by Covey. He says that we need to begin to do things with an end in mind, that we are so consumed in the business of life. We are busybodies. We are trying as much as possible to put ladders so that we can climb the ladder. We even do not know where that ladder is leaning. Are you sure that ladder is leaning on the right wall? It means, therefore, that whatever we do here, we should always have the end in our minds, so that the building blocks of this community, the ladders that we put on this community, are leaning on the right wall, so that when it gets there, we are actually at the right place. Right Honorable Speaker, so those of you who are living now, you should be proud that you put your ladder on the right wall, and that you have come to this point where you are seeing the horizon, and you should be happy that you're going to step out to a good place because you prepared your bed. Right Honorable Speaker, this is an extraordinary moment, but it's also a moment for our reflection. I noticed in the last 5 years that there is need for this assembly, and indeed the community, to build a culture, a completely different culture, a culture of working very closely together. That yes, the treaty defines the roles and the functions of the different organs. And indeed, the assembly is supposed to provide oversight, is supposed to legislate, and also to do representation. We also know that council is there as an executive to do implementation. So these checks and balances are there for the good health of the community. However, sometimes it's taken too far. We stretch it too far and begin to act in our silos. So the silo mentality has got to be broken. And I'm glad that chair of council is right here. And also, Right Honorable Speaker, you are here. And that we who are going to EALA 5 are also here. That we must begin to understand that the doctrine of separation of powers is not absolute. The purists begin to look at the doctrine of separation of powers as the functioning of these institutions different and organs differently. No, it is that they are mutually reinforcing in their functions, in their roles. That we do this to facilitate the work of one another, not to undermine the work of one another. Therefore, council, the assembly, and the secretariat are not working against each other, but they are working to enhance the work of the community and must therefore facilitate the work of the different organs, including the courts of law. This is one of the things that I have noticed in the 5 years that we have been working together. And in spite of the attempts to reach out to one another, we seem still to be having a very, very indifferent relation to at the levels of the organs. And I think this has got to be work in progress. We must continue to improve on our working relationships. The other thing is, council, that we need a robust mechanism. Yesterday, we didn't have the opportunity to debate the report of the Committee of Regional Affairs on the benchmarking at SADC. But indeed, that committee cited that SADC has a mechanism of responding to conflicts. An organization like the East African Community is definitely going to encounter conflicts, whether conflicts between organs or conflicts between partner states, but we must have, and we must be alive to it, we must have a robust response system, an early warning system, so that we are able to raise the signals up once we determine them and be able to be responsive. A non-responsive community is a community that will not grow. So I see that this is one of the gaps that we have in our community, and we need to work hard as an assembly, but also as council, to ensure that we have a mechanism. It's not enough to just say in the treaty that it envisages the having of the Elders Council, and it is going to be instituted as and when it is required. And yet, as and when it is required, we don't even trigger off that provision. So I would wish that council, you take this matter very seriously. Now, I think this is not a day for me to go into that. Let me go into the niceties and say, Right Honorable Member, Speaker, all members here, I have enjoyed the 5 years that we have worked together. You have brought in very extraordinary insights into the work of this assembly. This is the fourth assembly has really been a collection of talents in very, very different ways. And you will not notice it. You are going to miss each other, not now, but only after you have left. Because that's the time when you realize that had this situation happened when so-and-so was here, he would have given us a different perspective to this matter. You know, in Uganda, they say, Basima Ogenze, that they begin to appreciate you once you have left. Right now, it is so obvious because we think they are here. But once we leave each other, we begin to realize how much each one of them impacted on our lives individually, but also would have brought in more meaning to the work that we do here as an assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, I can't thank all of you enough. I know that from the bottom of my heart, you occupy a very special place, and I know that you are going to enjoy, for those of you who live in EALA, you're going to enjoy the fruits of the hard work that you put here in the EAC, in your different vocations. And for those of you who will be here for the EALA 5, our work is properly cut out, and we need really to put in more diligence in the work we do. I want to thank the EALA Women's Caucus for really, and the Right Honorable Speaker for championing this. I'm glad that today, as we close this assembly, we are closing it on high gear with the Women's Caucus, launching its strategic plan. This is a bold statement of action, because many times maybe we speak about women's rights, but we don't act upon them. For EALA, we have taken it a notch higher, and today we are launching the strategic plan, which really is a bold statement of our inclusive approach to legislation and the work that we do. And Right Honorable Speaker, I bring you, and as I was here and the public is watching what is going on, I received a text from the civil society organizations from Uganda saying, when I'm submitting, I should give you that very, very special thanks for the work that you have done in spearheading the work that they do, giving them the opportunity whenever they needed, and also giving them the guidance that they required when they are doing their work. I thought I should convey you this in a very special way from the civil society organizations from Uganda. And thank you so much, colleagues. Kwahereni, with your families, I love you all.
Thank you so much, Honorable Odongo. Honorable Mukuria, and I think that would be the last. Then we see if we can save time for the next activity. The members who are outside can come in and we conclude this together.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my statement upon the coming to the end of the tenure of the Fourth Assembly. Indeed, it has been a pleasure working with all of you for the last 5 years. And of course, each and every one of us enjoyed the period under which we worked together. Right Honorable Speaker, in a special way, allow me to thank you for leading this House to its greater heights. I remember your working methodology that you always tell us, let's approach matters while we keep it in forms of dialogue so that we can reach a greater height, and the support that you have given us during your tenure as a Speaker of this Assembly. Indeed, you gave us valuable inputs. Especially, I recall when we first joined this assembly and when we first handled the business of budgeting of the Fourth Assembly in Nairobi, where you gave us a very good inputs on how to go about it. And indeed, when we were 4 to 6 months late, you were able to give us that time for us to accomplish the work that has been left behind. And indeed, members, you could recall that when we started the Fourth Assembly, we have audit reports, annual reports that date back to 2016, 2015, 17. And indeed, we are able to accomplish this work that has been pending for long. And this is simply because of the leadership that the Speaker has provided to this Assembly. And we truly thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And please, God bless you abundantly, wherever you may be. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also thank the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges. And indeed, it's a committee that I chair, of course. In paper, we have 18 members, but practically we have like 12 members. And there are those who have dedicated their time to this committee. And I don't want to mention their names, but thank you so much for always attending the meetings of the committee, and your contribution to the committee has made this committee very relevant. And of course, this has come to the fact that we have pending bills, for instance, the retirement and benefits bill of ESC, which could have given some of our heads of organ and institution the opportunity to benefit on whatever happens after they have left the assembly or another institution or another organ of the community. I believe the Fifth Assembly will take it up and making sure that we reward our leaders even after their retirement, for them to be able to continue serving the community in a different perspective. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed, it has been a great pleasure also working with all the members. We may have in one way or the other stepped on each other's toe, but it is not purposely, but rather it's how when you bring people together, that's the methodology that normally happens in terms of executing their duties and mandate. And indeed, if in any way or the other, I may have stepped on your toe, please, I ask for your forgiveness. And if you have done so, also I forgive you. And this is my message to all of you. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take also this opportunity to thank my country, the Republic of South Sudan, for twice bringing me as an independent. That shows that the country also values me so much. And with this, I don't take that lightly. I have to really thank the country itself, the leadership, and the members of parliament for choosing me to represent the country, both in the 4th EALA and indeed in the next coming EALA, which shall resume next week. Right Honorable Speaker, there are a lot of things that the 5th Assemblies will be able to take into consideration if they have to execute their mandate as what the 4th EALA have done. One is that we really need to enhance the research function of this assembly to enable members to debate from an informed point of view. That calls for recruitment of staff because we are understaffed, and if we could have research assistants recruited, they could help members in terms of debating from an informed point of view. We also need to operationalize Article 64 of the treaty that calls for the establishment of parliamentary liaison offices in our national parliament. And this is a duty that the 5th Assembly could take it up and making sure that that is done. Right Honorable Speaker, we also need to enhance the visibility and the communication strategy of the Assembly. Many people have thanked the 4th Estate, the media houses that have been reporting on the issues of this Assembly and transmitting it to our partner state. Indeed, they have done a very great job, and we expect that much more could be done from within the Assembly itself so that the work of this Assembly is known beyond even the East African region alone, and it should be known further at the African level. Right Honorable Speaker, we also need to revive the parliamentary forum, such as the Nyanyuki series that has been missing, and this is an opportunity that we could interact with our members of parliament from the National Assembly. And indeed, as we bid farewell to ourselves of the 4th Assembly, it's a pleasure working with each and every one of you, and we pray that our paths may cross in future. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kennedy. And now invite the Honorable Chair of the Council of Ministers.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, to give me the floor. First of all, I heartedly take this opportunity to commend the Right Honorable Speaker for his able leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, you know that it is not a long time I have worked with you, but I want to testify that since I came here, I saw in you a kind of a leader your successors should aim to be. You are such a role model. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to assure you that as long as I will be a council member, I will share with your successor about your leadership qualities. That may include, among others, humility. You are a humble person. You are a humble person, but also you are a diplomat. You are a diplomat. I have had testimonies from members of parliament, including MPs from Burundi. We know how you came in, but you can see, Right Honorable Speaker, that you end on a good note, a very good note. Thank you for your qualities of communication. The way you communicated in leading this intelligent, capable team, this made you able to pull everybody together for the betterment of our community. Thank you so much. Really, these qualities, I believe that once your successors will embrace them, they will be able to lead EALA 5. I also want to assure you that we will be in full support of the Speaker of EALA 5. By next week, we will have a new Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there is something I cherish. A writer wrote a book and they said that nobody is intelligent enough to solve alone a wicked problem. Nobody in the world. The surroundings of a leader, the environment whereby the leader is living, the people around you will characterize or will foster the kind of leadership somebody can deliver. You can have capacities, you can have capabilities, you can have experience, but when your surroundings are corrupt, you are meant to fail. Right Honorable Speaker, that is why your success is also attributable to all the people who have been around you in every circumstance. You deserve my congratulations. I wish also, Right Honorable Speaker, to congratulate all members of Parliament. The way they have excellently delivered. They have shown capacity. They have shown patriotism. They have shown a spirit of sacrifice for the community. I commend staff members of EALA and EAC who enabled this house to function. I congratulate MPs who are coming back in EALA 5. Some are going, but others are coming back. I therefore wish all the best to the honorable members of parliament who are going back home for other duties. May the Almighty God grant them favor. May the Almighty God grant them mercies and expand their boundaries. Honorable MPs, I myself consider that I tremendously benefited from my coming here in EALA 4 as an ex-officio member of the House. I got friends, real friends, and I can tell you this is a valuable and inimitable resource I gained from EALA 4. Borrowing from what my late father said, he once told me that the wealth to pursue in life is not money. It is not, indeed. The valuable wealth you can ever have is to get friends, to get the right people who become your friends. Once you have got friends, you will have money and everything you will want. Therefore, I am very happy that I have got friends that you are, you MPs, EALA 4. My heart tells me 100% that you are my friends. The world has become like a small village. When we become to Bujumbura, please don't miss an opportunity to greet me. I will give you my number, and please, if I come in your respective countries, consider that you have a friend. With these few remarks, Right Honorable Speaker, I congratulate you again. In general, I congratulate EALA 4. You have garnered a wonderful job. I don't know how we can rate you, but I know that with the conditions you were in, the bar was raised very high, but I assure you, you were able to deliver with a very good note. Can I say 100%? Yes, I will not be mistaken. So thank you so much. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, the member from the council. Honorable colleagues, before we proceed, let me request you, when we started here, there are colleagues we started with. Honorable Kasamba, Honorable Kibejinja, we were with him at some point. Honorable Orenasha. So all those we served with, and we served with them well. And we would have wished to be with them today, but we are not. So let's observe a minute.
And Honorable John Luke.
And to pray that their souls continue to rest in eternal peace. Thank you. May their souls continue to rest in eternal peace. May I also join you in prayer, because I know you're praying, for those who are going through medical processes, Honorable Pierre Yabega, Honorable Poka. I'm not sure Honorable Poka is connected, because normally he connects online. But we pray that they regain their full health and be able to continue with their lives out there. So, honorable members, you have said a lot of things about me, a lot of good things, actually, beyond what I expected. But let me tell you that most of what you attribute to me, I generated from you. So if you have ever been to my office, or if you ever texted me, advising me on how to go around issues that we are facing together, and I can assure you, most of you did that. And most of you I approached on my own initiative. So it is out of that collective wisdom that we were able to achieve what we achieved, and which you are attributing to me today. So it is a collective success. I met a journalist in Nairobi recently, and I had an interview. I don't know whether you have seen it in East Africa. And one of the questions was, what is your personal legacy? I said, I never set out to achieve any personal legacy. It was never my intention. So if there is anything we can be proud of, it is all of us as a team. So 5 years ago, in December 2017, we met in this beautiful city of Arusha at the headquarters of the East African community. And we had been elected by our respective national assemblies as members of East African Legislative Assembly. This evening, on 15th of December 2022, our tenure has come, it's close to an end. It hasn't come to an end, but it is close to an end. And it is my singular pleasure and honor to address you as we mark the end of our tour of duty as members of the Fourth Assembly. This is actually my last address to you in my capacity as the Speaker. You have had enough time to listen to me for the last 5 years, so I will keep my address today very brief. Honorable members, as an assembly, we have recorded great achievements which continue to make a lasting impact on the EAC integration agenda. At the same time, we encountered a number of challenges in discharging our legislative, oversight, and representation functions. We devised the mechanisms to overcome these challenges, and in the process, we have learned many lessons which will be useful to our successors. All these achievements, challenges, and perspectives are recorded in our handover report. I will not repeat them here, and permit me to just highlight a few things that every one of us should take home. Honorable members, you are all in agreement with me that we are thankful to our respective national assemblies, national parliaments for electing us as members of the Fourth East African Legislative Assembly. We will always be grateful for the privileges given to us to serve the East African community in that capacity and to contribute in the noble mission of bringing the people of East African region close to each other. On a personal note, I wish to register my profound gratitude to the entire membership of the Fourth Assembly for trusting me with the responsibility of being the Speaker. You have also provided me unwavering support. Together, we built and consolidated consensus around critical issues, and we supported each other during critical moments. It has been truly a team effort. I also thank my own government and my president, who trusted me from a very young age with big responsibilities in my country, to the point when he decided that I can serve at a regional level. And that is, of course, through my political party, the RPF. To the current members of the Commission and those who served in the Commission in the first 2 years and half of our term, I'm indebted to you all for your cooperation and dedication to duty over that period. To the committee chairpersons, you demonstrated great leadership and innovation in conducting committee activities that has helped the Assembly to deliver on its mandate. I wish to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciations to all members for the wonderful job you have done and for the contributions you have made in deepening, widening, and tightening the EAC integration. Thank you very much for the precious support you have given to me and for the services you have given to the people of East Africa. To those who have been re-elected to serve in the 5th EALA, warm congratulations. I also congratulate those who have been elected in the national assemblies, some colleagues in Kenya especially. To all of you, I wish you good luck in your future endeavors. And I'm quite certain that we will encounter again in our professional life. Unfortunately, this I mentioned already. Let's proceed. Allow me to singularly express my gratitude to the EAC Summit of Heads of State, the Council of Ministers, the EAC Secretary General, the Judge President of the EAC, the heads of EAC institutions, all of them, they have been good partners to us. Honorable Minister, although your colleagues are not here, me and you had moments of arguments when we were on different sides of arguments, but we would always find a consensus. And most importantly, you never closed the avenue for discussion. And this is what I can recommend to my successor and to the members that will work with the next speaker. Always prioritize dialogue and the discussion, because that is what delivers. The summit provided to us impetus to all our activities, and they are centered to a number of bills passed by the Assembly. And on a particular mention, I thank members of the summit for always being ready to be available and address us whenever we wanted them to talk to us. And I encourage that the next Assembly, and we pray that you don't encounter the challenges that interrupted our rotations. Please continue with the rotational sittings, because that is a method that brings you closer to the leaders of the region and to the people of the region. A number of bills that we have passed were initiated by the Council of Ministers. Our oversight activities undertaken in the partner states were facilitated and coordinated by the ministries. The same also applied to public hearings and all other engagements with the people of the partner states. So we thank the Council and the Secretariat with whom we worked in all these undertakings. The Secretary General, who is not here and is out of the country on other official businesses, I thank him. I served with him in 3rd Assembly, and he gave us a feel of what it means to have inter-organs harmony. So I'm grateful for the short moment I have served as a speaker with him as a Secretary General. I also appreciate his predecessor, with whom I worked for a number of years. To the Judge President, His Lord Justice Judge President, the Assembly appreciates the indispensable role and invaluable contribution of the EACJ in upholding the rule of law in the East African community. It is our hope that the process of ratification of the extended jurisdiction of the court will soon be completed so that more stakeholders of EAC integration can benefit from its rulings. To our clerk and staff team, you supported the work of the Assembly with unflinching hard work, commitment, and dedication. You have endured a mountain of challenges with professionalism, especially when the human resource capacity was reduced to almost 50%, following the end of contract term of a number of staff in key positions. We are greatly thankful to you all. It is our best wish that you will extend similar cooperation to the 5th EALA, and my colleagues spoke about the challenges our staff are facing, which need immediate attention, and we hope the Council will address them. I want to associate myself with the issues raised by Honorable Susan that needed to be addressed, and other members that need to be addressed in order to keep our staff in the better working conditions. And because I was a resident in Arusha, I interacted with more people than you did in Arusha. So I want to thank the local leaders, the local political leaders, the regional commissioner, Mr. Mongela, the local member of parliament, Honorable Murisho Gambo, the head of diplomatic police, who always provide the security that you see and personal security for those of us who stay here. We thank them all. And I'm sure before I leave Arusha, I will find time to meet them and thank them on your behalf and to commend the way they continue to be good hosts of the East African Legislative Assembly. So, honorable members, I want to speak from the bottom of my heart that I appreciate you all. Yes, that you individually and collectively made me a better leader and a better person. So if you think there is a moment where I annoyed you or you annoyed me, take it as a normal encounter of human beings, but I can assure you, what I would do every evening is to pray such that I am not feeling angered by anybody the following morning. So you all made me a better person in different ways. Even if there is anyone who thinks there is a moment we had that was not good, I took it as a learning experience, and I continued to treat you as a useful partner. So I wish you well in your next, as you jump into the next bus of your life, professional life. I wish you well. And for those who are here, going to be in the EALA 5, I wish you success. It is actually ironic that the purpose of EAC is to bring people together, and here we are speaking as if we are going to disperse. So it's just that we will not be together in the chamber, but we are again going to converge within the region that we wanted to keep together, and that's the whole purpose for which we came. So before I finish, I want to inform you that we have been invited for dinner, all members and the staff, at Mount Meru Hotel, starting at 7 p.m. And that will be after we finish the activity of Women Caucus. So what happens in a situation like this? Because we are going, the assembly will finish the business on 17th. Yeah? Thank you. I asked Wimire whether it is an adjournment sine die or what. He said, no, sine die is when you anticipate it to be back. So maybe it's just an adjournment. So honorable members, still have 2 days to go, but we want to be in a plenary again. So as you know, the end of our tenure is on the 17th of December, and we are not there yet. So I will issue a formal notice of dissolution, possibly today or tomorrow. But today, on record, I want to read the following notice of dissolution of the assembly. Honorable members, you may recall that this fourth assembly commenced on 18th December 2017. According to Article 51 of the treaty and Section 11 of the East African...
Procedure, Speaker.
Yes. Until the last moment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think as you read the dissolution of the assembly,
it is not a dissolution. It is a notice.
It's a notice, yes. But in the earlier discussions, we had said we had talked about the pending business. Are we treating that business which had made? But I just needed maybe guidance.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the reminder. I wanted to state on record so that it can be captured on the handset that the handover report will have a list of unfinished business, and that includes the bills that are listed. And it is a position of this assembly that the next assembly will consider picking them up and taking them forward. So honorable members, you may recall that this fourth assembly commenced on 18th December 2017. According to Article 51 of the treaty and Section 11 of the East African Legislative Assembly Elections Act 2012, The tenure of the assembly is 5 years. Pursuant to 94 of the rules of procedure of the assembly, it provides that the assembly shall stand dissolved upon the expiration of its term. I hereby notify you that the fourth assembly will stand dissolved on the 17th day of December 2017. The notice is given under my hand and the seal of the East African Legislative Assembly, and it is signed by myself, Ngoga Martin, Speaker of the Assembly. So, I think after we shall take a photo. You remember when we had the elections, we didn't have that good moment of having a photo that would have all chapters. So let us have a photo that includes all of us today. And I will be here when the next speaker is elected. I will give him the benefit of having a photo with me, which I didn't have, unfortunately, because of the circumstances we were in at that time. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have a point of clarification. Will it be a procedural right to inaugurate the EALA Women's Caucus when the assembly is no longer in place?
The assembly will be in place until the 17th. So we can even, the assembly will be in place until the 17th. So honorable members, the fourth EALA is adjourned.
But there's no caucus.